Live from the ESL studios in Burbank, California, welcome to the CSGO Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity Zone. And Ryu, only 2 more days remain. How are you feeling?
A little sad, a little excited. We have 4 teams playing today.
We do.
2 players from North America. That's why I'm sad. Not because it's almost over.
Yeah, so
that's why I'm sad.
So no spamming NACS in the chat, guys. That's unfortunately not going to happen. But some big implications on today. Winter Fox trying to play spoiler against Immortals. And then you have that epic battle between Renegades and NRG Esports. So looking forward to that one.
Yeah, I think Immortals, I think they need maybe 1 or 2 wins out of their next 4 maps to secure their chance or their spot at the offline final to play in front of their hometown crowd. And I know they're super excited about that. Winter Fox can play a little bit of a spoiler, but because Immortals only needs 1 of the next 4 or 2 of the next 4, I think they'll still have another chance. And then the Renegades Energy match are 2 of the better teams that are in that top 6 right now. That should be the best matchup of the night.
All right, well, to break things down a little bit further, going to toss this on over to the casters. We got the Bears and Blue. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, Bears.
Thank you very much, Tom. It is me and dancing to Bears, apparently.
Shaking my head for the matches tonight.
Okay.
Just for you.
Well, we have some rather un-American matches this evening, as it's going to... We only have, I think, like 2 American and/or Canadian players out of a possible 20. Which is a bit interesting, considering this is the North American Pro League. But just a side note there. Starting it off, it's going to be Immortals versus Winter Fox. If Immortals, I believe if they win just one of their matches, they essentially have their playoff spots here. They're already sitting up pretty high, but
like top 3 already.
Yeah, they're pretty much already secured, but just that extra little bit of safety needed there. And going against Winter Fox is a team that has kind of had, in and out appearances. I would probably suspect them to be able to take control of at least one of those maps. Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, a very underwhelming season for Winter Fox. We all thought that they're going to at least do a little better. But this last month and a half or 2, they seem kind of cold. Maybe they're adjusting to the new lineup, or maybe LA or wherever they're located.
LA does take a lot of adjustment.
Is it Chicago? Chicago?
I don't know where they are.
I believe they're Chicago. I don't know.
The Renegades are in Detroit. I don't know where. I think they are Chicago, because I think they took the older spot from the old Winter Fox roster.
Yeah, so it gets a little cold, and I mean they're from Australia. It's hot down there. Right?
Temperatures is messing with them a bit. But we also have another game, of course, and a lot more to talk about with today's matches. So we're going to send it back over to the analysts to break down more on today's games.
Yeah, standings. Let's take a look at those standings. All right, so everyone knows Cloud9 completely dominating so far in this season. They're sitting at 23-1, but the big story is top 6. Ryu, how's it going to shape out?
Almost as good as your standings, Dance. So obviously Renegades is kind of the big question mark right now. They're in the 6th spot. Obviously, top 6 make it to the offline final, but because Renegades has a schedule kind of conflict, there's a very good chance they won't go to Brazil for the offline final, which would mean that the 7th place team in that instance would move up. Right now, there's a very, very closely contended 7th place between Liquid and Echo Fox, and we'll find out come tomorrow night which teams are going to be in that top 6. So super important matches tonight. NRG obviously has a chance to kind of lock in their place. As we look at the maps for today, we will see Cash Mirage and then Cobble Mirage. So Cash Mirage between Winter Fox and Immortals. Should be exciting. We haven't seen a lot of Immortals on Cash, but they are good on it, and both teams are good on Mirage. I would say it's probably the best map by a fairly large margin for Winter Fox. And then Cobble is a map that NRG is really, really good on, and so is Mirage. But Renegades has been playing really, really good Counter-Strike recently, so that should be a really good match.
Yesterday, where they could have potentially, played spoiler up against Echo Fox. Do you think that Winter Fox is going to be able to stand a chance today against Immortals and do the same thing that CLG did yesterday?
I don't. I think the CLG match yesterday, I think, was maybe more like 60-40 or 65-35. I feel like this is 80-20 or more so in the favor of Immortals. They've just played so well all season long. At the very, very start of the season, kind of all the way through, they had fairly convincing wins over SK, the best team in the world, and kind of their brothers and their extended family members, and they've just continued to improve from week to week. So I think with Winter Fox, they have individual skill. We've seen them showcase the talent from one player to the next, from map 1 to map 2. The problem is they don't all have like standout performances on the same map at the same time. So when you're playing a team like Immortals that's so disciplined and structured and experienced, and they're that individually skilled, if you can't bring 2 or 3 of your top performances together all on the same map, I don't think there's too much of a chance.
So you're predicting 2-0 for Immortals in this case?
Yeah, I would say 2-0 for the first 2 maps, yep.
All right, well, let's talk about Renegades going up against against NRG Esports, then this is a huge match. And I guess yesterday would have been even bigger because Renegades dropping that bomb. Elaborate a little bit on people that aren't up to date on what's going on with Renegades.
Yeah, so the Australian teams are a little bit unique compared to all the other teams that compete in the North American region that aren't from North America. And that's because they compete here for the online leagues, but they compete in the Asian region for the minors and the major qualifiers. The Asian minor was announced at the same date to overlap the dates of the ESL's offline event and the offline finals. So you still tweeted out yesterday after a 2 wins for them that if they end up in the top 6 as it stands right now, unless those dates change, they're going to be leaning to attend the minor for a chance to make the major. Now, I will say for the guys on NRG, being able to go to that event is huge. Tapson tweeted out today something like, we're looking to lock up our chance. We're going to do it tonight, believe. And he's had a tremendous season. They've had some really big performances from him and Peter. And I would say that this, while it should be close on both maps, I think they'll split tonight 1-1.
So you think 2-0 for the first series and then 1-1. And then another thing that's interesting is you probably got Team Liquid and Echo Fox probably rooting for Renegades based on the unfortunate circumstances for them. But one person's loss is another person's gain, or this in this case a team or an organization.
Yeah, I think they want to see Renegades do well because they know that even if they're top 6, it won't matter. As things stand right now. And then I think they want Immortals to dominate because if Immortals wins 2 and they guarantee their spot, Echo Fox plays them at the end of the season. And if Echo Fox 2-0s, there's still a chance that they can make their way in. And maybe if Immortals locks in their place, that they'll take their foot off the gas a little bit in those last 2 maps against Echo Fox.
All right, so there you have it, guys. Those are your situations and how things possibly could play out. And we have the predictions as well. So we want to give you an opportunity to get your predictions on the show. Make sure you hit us up on social media at ESLCS. Always use that hashtag ESL Pro League. And don't go anywhere. First match between Immortals and Winter Fox after the break.
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
The season Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb incoming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my god, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still. Oh, look at that.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity Zone. We want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Kingwin, for making this season possible. We appreciate the continued support. Still waiting on Ryu's Arnold impersonation. Not sure if we're ever going to
Now!
Oh, we just got it. Are you kidding me?
That was good. I feel really good. I'm going to clip that. I'm going to record. No, don't you give me the waffling hand. That was good.
That was pretty good. Almost as good as the Intel Extreme Masters, which is taking place next month. It's going down November 19th and 20th at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California. So make sure you join us for some stadium-level competition in CSGO and League of Legends. If you're looking for more information on that, IamOakland.com is your destination. But we're talking about Winter Fox and we're talking about Immortals. And Winter Fox's lineup, we were just talking about, they're over in Australia, a little bit weird, little bit of a weird season for them. Not what they were expecting.
Yeah, it started weird, right? Because
Yeah.
we didn't know that they were going to be in the Pro League. There's a whole roster situation that's kind of water under the bridge now. And so they came over from Australia. I think they're a mix of a couple different teams. They have 3 people named Chris on the roster, and none of them are named Arnold. And we've seen like Zeusy, we've seen Dexter, I think we've seen Imagine. They have these maps where they just have like these crazy individual performances, but they don't ever have them like at the same time. It's never 2 people on one map. It's always one guy, and then the next map it's somebody else. And they're going up against Immortals on the other side, who all these names we're super familiar with, and for the most part have substantially greater firepower, better chemistry, they've been together longer, and they're just a more established, experienced team.
Yeah, so you're predicting a 2-0 for this series, but what is WinterFox going to have to do in order to take this one?
So I know that they're playing, for them to have a chance of taking any map, they're better on Mirage than they are on any other map. It's the map that they always prefer to play. Unfortunately, Immortals obviously very, very good and well-storied team on Mirage. So I think they need to change some stuff up, because I can tell you that their A execute on Mirage is basically like the standard one, and they run it round after round after round. So maybe have a couple fakes off that, assuming Immortals has done their homework. And I think they have to have 2 people go off. I think Dexter has to step up really big with the op, and then Zeusy needs to play really well.
So those are your 2 key players there for the side. Now, what are you thinking on Immortals' side? Who's been impressing you the most this season?
It's almost always going to be Bolts. I just think, pound for pound as a player, he's just super consistent. We call him the rock of that team, and he's the guy I expect to deliver results day in, day out for them.
All right, well, we're going to toss the rock on over to our casters, because the players are ready to get this one underway, and it's the Bears and it's Blue. Take it away, guys.
Bears. Thank you very much, T-Squared. We are ready to jump into this game. It's Wednesday, one day before the final day of the ESL Pro League, the day of decision, the day of atonement, whatever you want to call it.
Is Echo Fox going to make playoffs?
Probably not.
There was 0% chance, but now I think it got raised up a little bit.
We'll figure that out.
Well, I mean, Renegades claimed to not be going, so I don't know.
So I think we brought this up once before, but just in case anybody was wondering on that, I think Renegades made the decision themselves because of the scheduling conflict with the Asian minor, that more than likely, if given the choice between the 2, they're probably going to end up going to the minor. Completely understandable, of course, because of the fact that, well, that leads to a major, and you're probably going to want to do that.
I want that sticker.
A league event. So
you want stickers on your guns, Blue.
That's right, yeah.
Stickers everywhere. Everyone loves stickers.
That's the motivation we want players to have.
I want a sticker.
That would be cool.
I want like an old school DeBear sticker, you know?
Oh, an old school sticker?
Yeah, just have an old school like 1.6er.
The throwback stickers?
The throwback sticker. Wait, where's the throwback stickers, Valve, huh?
I don't think they had official Valve majors in 1.6 though. So
they should.
Yeah.
I mean, they had some tournaments. They had big tournaments back then.
Yeah.
They had big tournaments.
How do you measure it though? That's the
Listen,
problem.
If you went to these tournaments, you sacrificed a lot. So
yeah,
that's how you
I remember
measure
that. Yeah, I remember people telling me about how much the struggle was back in like the early to late 2000s. The struggle, man. Those are early times in esports. But anyway,
you know what? It's a new era. There's a lot of great CS. We got WinterFox and Immortals. Who do you think's going to take this Pistol, Blue?
Pistol? Oh, I thought you were asking me about the match.
I'm talking about Pistol right now.
Probably still the Immortals, to be honest.
Yeah.
We'll figure this out in a moment, of course. WinterFox on the CT side, though. Problem is, CT sides, I haven't really seen anything too phenomenal from them in terms of forming up as of yet. T sides have had kind of similar results. They're a really weird team, and that maps you'd think they'd be really good at, they're not, and maps you think they'd be really bad at, they actually have surprised quite a bit. They got destroyed, I think, by I forget who, but it was one of the higher tier teams on Dust 2, but then they went and they flipped it around completely on Train, which is a weird story for those guys.
Yeah.
But as we can see now, the Immortals players are going to push out for the mid control here, and we've got buy coming out from these guys too. Looping in, nobody's peeked out. They haven't checked for that player over there by the sandbags either. He can peek out. Imagine's getting overwhelmed though. Where's the support coming out from mid? Unfortunately, they're not getting a whole lot of it. Zeusy's found a kill, but beyond that, the Immortals just ripping into this bomb site right now. 3, and now looking for the 4th kill too. Opnu was that player by sandbags, I do believe, and he's going to get knocked out pretty quickly there too.
So I was pretty excited on WinterFox. They had literally 4 flashbangs and a smoke, and I didn't see any of those being used in the round. So I was kind of curious on what kind of setup they're doing with maybe like a retake setup, but there's no utility used. I didn't see anything.
It was a bit odd that it seemed so passive despite the great setup they had to try and defend that. So it's a little bit weird there, and Immortals do take control of it. And hey, my prediction ends up being correct.
There you go, Blue.
Off to a good start today.
You do get things right.
I'm not a complete idiot.
Oh, the Blue, no one thinks that. Come on.
I don't think you've ever listened to Reddit.
You can't listen to Reddit all the time.
That's true. Anyway, Phelps moving in pretty quickly, and the second round from the WinterFox guys here, trying to resist it, but pressure's not looking so great at this point. As you can see, Phelps already working his way over there inside of Checkers. Good control maintained here. They've just got it down to one guy off new, and they already know where he's at. So the second he peeks out there from the spools, he's going to get absolutely destroyed by Lucas. Down to Imagine and Zusi, and they were playing on the A side anyway. So things are already pretty much under control here for the Brazilian squad.
Pretty simple, standard anti-eco, sending 3 people towards B. You know, it depends on your play style of team. Either go A or B, but the point is they were together. They weren't too spread out. They had Henny and Zeus kind of watching the flank a little bit, but just a pretty simple standard round and just out shooting WinterFox.
And so now we are going to see Phelps moving his way out here too. Really just trying to hunt down these last 2 guys. Being a bit cautious, of course, since like dropping these guns is going to be like the biggest boost in the world. They want to make sure, more importantly, they don't lose their own guns here, as they do manage to slowly corner them. However, they are going to go out for these frags. Zeus moving in first. Now, Gavin that first go, but he does not check behind the white box. And actually, Zusi is going to pick up 2 kills here. Retrieves the AK, gets the 3rd one, and the 4th one. Zusi with the incredible save. Granted, of course, Immortals still win the round, but the amount of damage he just did there
expensive.
Makes that not too bad of a round, in all honesty, for WinterFox.
Immortals kind of chasing down this kill right here. I mean, this guy just literally ran down like $8,000 worth of equipment right there.
Just pulled off the Alamo. This is my white box. I'm holding it.
Holding it down, but that's a very expensive round. This could change the dynamic of the match because now WinterFox is buying. After him mowing down those people, they rebought. So it's they lose this round, this could be a favor.
Often we've been picking up the first kill there too with the P250, one of the few players that doesn't actually have a big gun to work with here. APOC, perfect timing on the lurk from mid, works his way in through the vents, catches Lucas standing out in the open in Checkers. This is into a 5-on-3. Now granted, Immortals, they got themselves into the B bomb site here, and they should be able to get enough control to find the plant, but the retake potential is still very, very real. 2 smokes sitting over here on the WinterFox side, plenty of flashbangs to get their way into the site, and 2 HE grenades. This is actually not that bad of a setup at all. Not only this, too, but Immortals, they're about to use a lot of their utility. Off new, did he just get him through the wall and
through
checks?
the wall with a 250 or that 5.7?
P250 it was.
What? I didn't even know they could spam it that well with that gun.
He gets him through the wall in checks with a P250, and Henny, he's going to be blind, but he's wild spraying, gets the first kill, and he's immediately traded out. How did this round come to pass?
Wow.
Zeus is going to be completely overwhelmed. That was perfectly played by WinterFox.
Talk about a momentum change right there. Just getting the early picks, the late round picks, and only 1 person dying from WinterFox. Immortals kind of dropping the ball these last 2 rounds, and now it's going to decide if they want to rebuy up again. I mean, they're pretty low on money, but they can't afford 2 AKs if they wish to. But I think they just might save it. You know, play the safe game. Yeah, you lost a lot of people last 2 rounds, but there's no reason to panic, no reason to buy. But guess what? They're buying. They don't care. They're playing a little risky CS. Maybe they have that confidence over WinterFox.
I mean, after a start like that, you really got to try to battle back for control quickly. Sort of that mental point where it's like, okay, we should not be here. Let's bring things back down to reality before this gets too crazy. But the problem is obviously your buy is much worse than what your opponents are bringing to the table now, so that may not be the easiest task in the world. They're still going to try to slow play this, but that's actually what allowed WinterFox to play fairly aggressive on their CT side and catch some of these players from the Immortals rather early on. And again, it's working out. APOC with the first pickup. He did have the second guy lined up here, but he fell back into the garage. Still is able to move in though and win the duel. Bit of a heavy cost. He goes down to 10 HP, but still finding the kill. We saw 1 pickup from Zeus elsewhere on the map, but that's going to have very little consequence unless they can pick up a second one here in mid. And it doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do that immediately.
Yeah, WinterFox playing smart after they got those kills. Now they're playing 2A and 2 towards this B bomb site, just making sure that if they're going to attack a bomb site, they're going to have to fight through it and force them to plant the bomb, which they won't give up easy picks, as you're seeing the angles Imagine and Zeus he's playing right now in A.
They're going to try to shift out for this one now. Keeping bolts in the backside there to make sure nobody flanks them again. They've been dealing with that quite a bit, and it's become a large problem. But as they move in here, Imagine looking to defend. They knock him out without any trades, and Henny, not only does he get that kill, but he gets Zeusy as well. Moving into the site, they've got the advantage now. Not only this, but unfortunately for WinterFox, both of their players were pretty much fully committed to that B bomb site, keeping one further out in the halls there by the tree position, but that's about as close as they were. So this rotate's going to be rather long, and I mean, as you can already see, the Immortals are pretty well secured in post plants. Round's not over just yet, though. They're still trying to poke and prod their way back into this site, but response flashbangs are coming out from this T side now. It's holding them over here by the truck, and eventually, as you can see from them retreating, WinterFox are going to give up and save here and hand over a 3rd round to the Immortals.
Yeah, WinterFox just giving up A way too easily. I felt like if he was going to be at the forklift area, you want to have a person at the fence, because then if they check to reach the forklift, the guy in fence can shoot them in the back. But since I think Zeusy was by the quad area, he couldn't really shoot them in the back that well if he was at fence. So kind of a weird crossfire, not the most optimal one, and they died because of it.
And we can see the opener here now too. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, the support system not really that well set up. Flashbang, they tried to toss it over, but that came in like 2 or 3 seconds too late, so it didn't really have a lot of effectiveness and allowed the Immortals to clear out that A-bomb site without too much issue after the initial volley trade out towards mid there.
It looks like WinterFox is going to buy it right back up. You know, if you try to keep the momentum, trying to hang in the game. Immortals is still pretty low on money, so they still can really, if WinterFox does win this round and they don't plant the bomb, it's going to be really hard for Immortals to buy again. So then WinterFox will get that little save round buffer, little buffer to kind of like maybe add extra couple rounds, you know?
And we can,
Bolts is denying that.
Bolts destroys APOC as he tries to push out from behind the box there. Not a lot of time that he'll be left alive. And bringing this into a 5-on-4 pretty quickly. And that's mid control being gained here too, and pretty fast for the Immortals too, which could prove quite dangerous. WinterFox were originally putting a lot of pressure on here to prevent this from happening, but now they seem to shy away from it quite a bit and are focusing on the sites instead. They've only really got Dexter hiding out of Z. So the Immortals are in here, and they've got all options open to them. They can take this to either side at this point.
Yeah, and Immortals is trying to get that mid hold, and they're slowly taking over that checkers area. Offnu is going to have a big round here because he's surrounded by 4 terrorists as they're about to execute the bomb. So Dexter's going to try to over-rotate and almost get the kill himself, but not quite.
Dexter not finding anything at all from Heaven there too, just lights up a few players. Zeusy going to try to hold the line, but only finds 1 frag, immediately traded. And in the meantime, Imagine's back over here on the A-bomb site, completely disconnected from the action, but may still be able to hold on to this rifle. Obviously, however, with him being the LMS, he'll be chased down in a moment here. Might not be. Depends on the money that the Immortals players still have to work with. And yeah, as we can see, it's not the greatest right now, so it's not necessarily worth it to go in. If they can box him in, maybe they'll look for it, but they're probably going to want to rely on that, not necessarily one-on-ones, which may end up happening anyway here due to the way that the positioning is working out here. But
Lucas
the angle works out for Lucas. Imagine didn't even see him working his way up towards the position below him there, so ends up getting the advantage. And with that, they'll dispatch of him and not allow a single save for the WinterFox roster coming off that 5th round.
So this last 2 rounds you saw by WinterFox, it's going to be a common occurrence in a lot of CT sides on North American CS is where when people are holding an angle, the CTs aren't peaking at the same time. And so it's like it really reduces the optimal, just holding angles. Like if the Ts are going to walk into a choke point, they have to either choose one or the other angle and at least go for a 1-for-1. But a lot of times the CTs are peaking before that's even happening, and they get picked off, and then the other guy gets picked off. It's just, I don't know, I think a lot of teams can clean up on that where they can just really make them walk into a crossfire more. I don't see that enough. I think that'd be more common in a pro league kind of setting.
And we can see here as well with Phelps hanging out in the back over here. Again, that mid control being gained very early on. WinterFox are doing lots of resistant on the Seeker round. They've just gone for the gamble stack on the A site. But with mid control already being picked up from these players, they're going to be able to push their way right up here. And if they spot that it's a heavy stack, well, then they could very easily reverse that decision and go right back over here towards the B site. Zeus actually being dinged early on there, but he does trade the kill, takes out Imagine. Very, very cautious, of course, that there being a sudden Z push, but they've got that covered. Not going to be too big of a worry. Henny may find himself the next lineup here too as he catches a player pushing for main. That's another one. Down for the count. And even a third too. This is something that's going to raise suspicions, especially with all of them being on pistols. So they've pushed into the B side. They've cleared it out. Now they've got their round pretty much secured here. All the attempts from WinterFox to play aggressively have utterly failed. And Zeusy, as the last man up and running here, is going to try to impact. Actually almost grabs that kill. He's hunting for it, but can't get anything with the USP. Lucas is going to take him down. I think that's team ace as well for the Immortals.
Nice. I like that move by Immortals, setting 2 people in that mid to kind of peek that highway area. If you notice, like teams like Fnatic love doing that, especially if you know the other team's saving. It's a good way just to poke at A, see if they're stacking, highway or whatever, and just really just bait out people, come out Z and stuff. And I like the strat. I like to use it.
And the Immortals again now here on the 7th round are going to try to proceed forward to get that mid control, but we do see a lot more resistance coming in, obviously, from WinterFox, and a lot more aggressive resistance too. Look at this from APOC. going in, but nobody checked outside. So he's going to be here. Phelps looking for it, and it's a good thing he does too, because it denies APOC of this angle. Now Opnu, he's stuck in checkers here, grabs that kill, but he's got to duck away. He's only got 13 HP. Looks like he's going to be able to make it out of there, but just barely. It leaves both these teams in kind of an uneasy situation currently in a 3-on-4.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for APOC. He literally had the one-up, the angle and everything, and still missed his shot. I mean, those are just the worst to lose at, especially when, you know, right now it could have been a 5-on-2 situation for WinterFox. But now it looks like WinterFox can clean up the round as Opnu takes out Felp in that checkered area. And now Immortals has a lot to do with a 2-on-4.
Now they'll look to try and, at the very least, try to fake execute here into the B-bomb site. Bolt's just making some noise. And it's working too. Look, he's drawn over the rotation from Zeusy. Imagine was about to shift over there for a second too, but he's fallen away. And now, so long as Lucas could find that entry, it would have worked out great. But with only 2 up and running here, you had to have the guy behind to start this fake to begin with, and there was no follow-up. It all falls to Bolts. He knows where Imagine's hiding out, but unfortunately still cannot take him down. And WinterFox will be able to close things down there and pick up a second round off of that.
Yeah, it was a nice kind of smoke fake by Immortals. I mean, if WinterFox was up 5-1, they probably would not have pulled that extra person to over-rotate. Because, you know, you're up 5-1, you're not trying to overcompensate for, you know, you need to win rounds, so you're going to probably cheat a little bit over to the next bomb site if you see any action. And Immortals kind of knows this, and then kind of use it to the advantage, but unfortunately could not pull the win out of that round.
A spray coming in, finds connection on the Dexter early on here as he tries to push up to that aggressive spot out in mid again, but it doesn't work. They're doing the boost here up to the Shroud spot too, and I think they've maintained the quietness about this one. One of the players jumping may have been heard, but not entirely sure on that one. But it seems the moment, Zeusy just had to reapply smoke. Look, they were going to double stack it, but now he shifted back over to the usual forklift spot. Still though, that's like a really aggressive spot to try and hold this A site from. They can see they're moving Zeusy back now, but with how direct the Immortals have been playing this, they continue to go with that style and go into the A-bomb. So this really may have not worked out so well for them. So it's a good thing that they are able to adjust this in time and get them back. Where Immortals are actually going to take this is yet to be seen, as they're still kind of spread across the map in the usual default pattern.
Yeah, and Zeusy's kind of lined up for a smoke here outside A. He's kind of just waiting for any kind of movement. And nowadays, you don't see many people do that run boost in that spot anymore because it makes too much noise. So that's why they kind of hopped up over here. So because if they heard that, Felp would have heard that, because in the spot he was in, he'd hear them run there, and it's an easy tell that they're there.
And oftentimes too, there's kind of a double-sided coin to that, because if you purposefully miss it, you can sort of have the use the noise cue to throw them off a little bit. But the first attempt to push into that A-bomb site is countered up by the Shroud spot. Again, as you mentioned, nobody really heard that there. They were pretty quiet about that, so he's able to slip up there without being noticed and pick up that first kill. The rest of the Immortals, though, are still moving into the site. The problem is that because of that one guy moving in and easily getting killed, they have had their security. They've kind of like lowered their security on the A-bombs, and a lot of them started to shift away over here towards the other position. Zeusy's still here, though. He's going to be able to pick up another kill against Zeus. Lucas takes out Dexter in the meantime by the truck position. Finally, Zeusy will fall, and the rest of the Immortals are clearing this out. Nicely done by Lucas moving in. Almost a big mistake there. Runs out of ammo. He's able to get the reload, however. Takes down APOC and gets a nice 4K on the round for himself.
That kind of fell apart really fast by WinterFox.
It seemed like it was going great, but then all of a sudden they all rotated off A.
Yeah, I don't understand why you over leaving the bomb site. Like, nothing's happening. I don't think they even made a move towards B or anything. They just decide they wanted to overstack. I mean, like, you have to have confidence in holding your bomb sites and being able to be comfortable retaking sites. Like, you have to have a game plan to retake bomb sites, because, like, something like this, if you over-rotate and they hit the other bomb site, you know, it's a numbers game. There's 4 people there, 1 CT. It's going to be really hard for him to really just hold the bomb site by himself.
And Phelps now starting to shift himself with the rest of the team here too. Much more direct style play early on, at least with the amount of noise they're making here into the bomb site. Phelps even jumping into the Molotov there to taking the risk, and he finds 2 pickups. The player further back on the site over there by Generator can't do anything to stop this because he got flashed out. Now it's just Opnu hiding out here. Such a quick clear. Opnu's going to get dropped out of this one, and the round's already over essentially with Henny watching out with the op. Probably the op pickup as well from him. Imagine is able to take down Bolts, doing some damage at least to this T side, but he's alone now, and they know where he's at. So this is where it's going to get tough to find any further impact, and will eventually get knocked out by Zeus from the Immortal side.
Smart move by Felp, just timing to, so he hops down when the Molotov's about to go out. I mean, he takes some damage, but when people see a Molotov, they don't really expect a person to always run through it. And at that time, it caught off WinterFox off guard that there's a guy in a Molotov shooting at us, and he gets 2 kills because of it. So nice timing by Felp on that.
And as the Immortals have taken a good amount of control in this matchup after a little bit of a weird start. It's not looking likely at the moment that WinterFox are going to battle their way back, especially with the amount of risks they're taking too. Again, this is sort of a similar story. It was working out great for them initially, but now the Immortals have gotten used to it, so they're just consistently playing it back passively. They're waiting for these pushes, and well, what do you know, as I've been talking about it, the WinterFox players, for the most part, have been trying to push into them again, and they've been knocked out at every single occurrence. Closest they got to finding a kill was bringing Lucas down to 50 HP, and now they know where Alfnu is as that last man up and running here in Heaven. They'll get destroyed by the two-man combo here in T-main B-site, knocking them out, and it will give the Immortals an 8th round. Might expect a pause here soon, to be completely honest, from WinterFox, because I mean, even in the gun rounds, nothing's really working. I imagine if the op play doesn't work with Dexter, that's probably going to be the breaking point for a pause.
Yeah, but they're not going to do it. It looks like they're just going to have that op down and everything, and just try to see if they can start picking up some momentum. I'd say for WinterFox, just literally stop trying to make plays all the time. Try to hold your ground. You know, you don't have to be too pushy. Just kind of hold angles, work together, set up some crossfires. Because right now they're literally getting picked apart little by little. It's not like Immortals is executed into anything. They're literally just walking, taking shots, and then WinterFox like just getting rickrolled.
Alfnu finding the first kill there, but getting traded back out. WinterFox rotating in, but it's another very fast take from the Immortals side here. Spray coming in through the grate over here, the garage door. Unfortunately, he's going to do some damage to some of the members of the Immortals, but not meaning much. The flank being knocked out by Henny there. He's watching it with Yop. Both his eyes on this push in. I believe that's over here towards Vents if they try to push in from there. And yeah, WinterFox already know they've been outmatched here. So again, much like many gun runs in the past, they're going to give it up. They're going to fall back. They lost their op power. I don't know if they're even going to be able to pick it up because I think it died somewhere within this site, so there's no way they're getting that back. They've lost that big investment, and it's another gun round going by the way of the Immortals.
Yeah, WinterFox kind of gave up after they didn't really have any good positioning to retake the bomb site. I mean, they have plenty of utility. I'm just wondering if maybe they're just not comfortable retaking bomb sites. It showed. They're saving. It's not the worst play, but you are down 9-2. You do want to...
And there's the pause.
You do want to win rounds.
Should be noted there, too, on the scoreboard. Dexter definitely flatlining so far in this match. 0-10 with 1 assist. Feels bad,
hard. Those are hard, man. Those are being 0 in anything, especially in a league where it's being broadcasted and everyone's going to hate you. You're going to look at Reddit and just be sad. You don't want to be sad. It hurts your confidence.
Never look at Reddit.
Dexter needs his confidence back. He needs to bring that op back. That, you know, you're in a pro level for a reason. You played a lot of CS, but you know, where's the mental game?
Could say he needs to go from 0 to hero.
Oh, I like that, Blue. I like that. I want to see him do it. I don't want words. I want to see him do it.
Yeah, that is a big thing. And I mean, unfortunately, like I mentioned before, too, just nothing's really working for them. They were actually doing like those 2-3 rounds right at the beginning where they upset. It was looking great for them because it was like, oh, wow, anti-ecos, they're doing this much damage. And there was, I think it was Zusi that pulls off like a 4K right at the end of the round. It was like, okay, they can impact on their anti-ecos. The problem is once the Immortals actually started consistently winning rounds, we never saw that again. Anti-ecos have looked very weak. They've just basically been run over every single round by the Brazilians, and even on gun rounds, too. It's either like we had in the last round where they just get outmatched completely and they're saving, or they just can't win any of the initial fights and they get controlled too quickly. So when they try to retake, there's just no odds that work in their favor.
So with Dexter, you see him op in the B-bomb site, but B-bomb site's an easy place to smoke off, especially if you're opper. You just literally can toss 2 smokes and you have to play super passive, and then you have to rely on your teammate. So maybe just let's have the op in the middle. Let's have the op in A, where if they take A, they need like 4 smokes committed for you to flush you out, and then you can play the retake op game from there. But in B, there's not many places you could op retake with Molotovs flying in the site or being smoked off in CT spawn. So I feel like op B is a good thing sometimes, but it limits yourself if a team knows how to work around the op B.
Yeah.
So maybe got to kind of move it around a little bit.
And we saw that in the last round too. Just very quick
flashed, smoked.
Yep. He was, and I think he was one of the first people to die too. And they never even retrieved it. They never got it back under their control. So they finally were able to get that big investment, and they lose it in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
It's a bit of a waste.
It's unfortunate, and that's if you notice, like a lot of top operas, if you just have that one opera on the team. Yes, you'd probably play a bomb site majority of the time, but you have to be able to move that op in different spots in the map. You know, keep them on their toes. Hey, look, I'm up in middle now. Oh, look, I'm peeking A main with my op. I'm peeking A halls, or you know, just mixing this up a lot, and it makes harder teams to read you. They can't just go into rhythm. They have to use a lot more utility at the start of the round, so they don't get picked off early. And so it really helps if you're able to just move the AWP around a little bit.
Mid control's become a pretty big thing here too, I would say, for the Winterfox side. Again, much like in the first couple of rounds, they were doing a great job at defending it, and then all of a sudden that just completely faded away. They've been handing it over on a silver platter in a lot of these rounds, and even when they tried to resist it, it's been like really aggressive resistance, like sending a player up to garage doors or something like that, and that guy's almost been knocked out every single time.
And Dexter is going towards A. Decides that I don't even know if he just plays A or B all the time, or is just opting that one round in B. I don't watch too much of Winterfox on this map, but it looks like Immortals is going to hit towards A with a fast execute. Zeus just picking off Dexter.
Now, they're going to try to resist this too, but already losing one of their players over here in the back corner, it's going to yield a whole lot of control, and the Immortals know this. They're starting to smoke it out. The push from Imagine, though, this goes right through the smoke. APOC almost finds the bomb planter, brings him down to 3 HP. Lucas is barely going to be able to get away here. He'll duck himself in the corner. Unfortunately for APOC, he's now going to try and find some more kills here. He doesn't even know where to look at this point, but he rushes up. He's going to get another one, and I think they killed that player on top of the checkers too. Now it's just Zeus. He's going to have to try to work this out as he dropped down from his quad position. He hears the defuse moving in. He's got support from his teammates, but he sneaks in the first pickup there, going for the second one, but he cannot do it. And he almost had them lined up. At the very least, had the two remaining players isolated. Would have been an incredible clutch if it would have happened, but not going to be the case. And the Winterfox, through pure outright aggression, that's APOC and Imagine going for those smoke pushes. Manages to pull off the victory here.
I don't know if they killed the guy on top of it. I think he just fell down in the smoke. I'm not sure, though.
I thought he got knocked out, but it was actually the bomb player, Lucas, that gets knocked out around the corner. He's the one that survives and has to try and clutch that.
Yeah, it was nice for us. I think he's above it right there. He just falls right back down behind him, almost by Zeus. But finally, Winterfox able to pull it together, winning some rounds. And let's see where Dexter's going to go with his AWP now. It looks like he's going to opt towards A. They're definitely going to try to mix it up here, and hopefully they're going to, you know, build up a momentum run.
And so as we wait and see here now for the Immortals, they're going to shift back again. It's just that usual default pattern. But already out mid, again, as I mentioned this before, no mid control being held by the Winterfox side. They're playing it very passively. They're going to allow the Immortals guys out here, which essentially gives them unlimited options right from the start of the round.
Yeah, on this map, mid is really hard to hold as a CT, especially if the Ts have their smokes down and Molotov, their flashes and everything. It's just, it's really, really hard to hold. So a lot of times teams will just play a retake, maybe have a person spotting. As you see Zeus, he's kind of like listening towards that Z area as Phelps is pushed up. He doesn't know he's there, but I mean, he might have a good idea. He's going to check it just in case, and he does take off Phelps. Huge up, pick at the start of the round, but Immortals, they're going to swing towards B here. But Winterfox, they're stacking 3 people now.
Now as they start to move into the site here too, Offnu has not been noticed at first. He's going to be able to move out there, picks up 2 kills for himself, now down at 20 HP, but still a linchpin to try and hold this site. Won't work out though, and he's going to be able to take him down, and now it leaves this into a 2-on-2, but this is very easily clutchable for the Winterfox side. Both of these players are below 20 HP. Lucas is down at 10. These guys are essentially 1 or 2 bullets away from being knocked out. A grenade will do the job, to be completely honest here, and Dexter's got one of them sitting on his arsenal. It's all quiet on the battlefield now, as the Immortals don't want to make a single mistake. They don't want to give away themselves at all. These guys need to shoulder peek and hit 1 bullet to kill them, so they certainly can't afford any single mistakes with positioning, noise making, or anything of that nature. And Winterfox are just as preserved due to the 2v2 nature of this. But finally, with 8 seconds on the clock, they will be able to get up to the site and find the plant. Imagine's moving up to Heaven first to look for his first kill, but obviously having to buy himself a few more seconds here too as Dexter's going to move in. And actually, it looks like both of them are moving in from Heaven. The nade, though, here's the first test. It's not going to bounce towards them, however, so a complete miss. No additional damage being done as they move in. There's the first pickup. The second shot misses, and the Molotov is going to finish the job. So Winterfox pull off the retake, and we'll find a 4th round.
Nice patience for Imagine, waiting for his teammate. And good nades, or a good Molotov by Dexter. That was the perfect Molotov. It pushed out, Henny out of his position, and that's a good little round by Winterfox.
Yeah, nicely done there indeed. Doing the good damage. Offnu, I think, was your big man up on the bat there inside of the player that was inside the checkers there.
Oh yeah, definitely. Those 2, 3, I think he had 2 kills, were just, they're pretty big kills.
More importantly, delays the hit too, and I think helps with priming the damage on some of the other players, which makes that retake a lot easier for the 2 remaining Winterfox players at the end of that one.
Yeah, with low HP, you have to play a little more careful. And Bolt's taking out Offnu, but nice exchange by APOC. Now Winterfox in a 4-on-3 situation where they can literally just sit back and wait for Immortals to execute. They don't have to do anything risky. Got that extra man advantage.
And now we are going to see the 3 remaining guys on the Immortals roster here. 2 of them will be pushing over here towards the B-bomb site while they're keeping Henny to catch any of the rotators from like quad position or over here in a BK spot from rotating over into the B-bomb site. Investigating out a little bit. There's actually 2 in this site. One of them's in Shroud spot though, so he does not want to push out into the open here. The Molotov will force one of the CTs further back. The follow-up nade, but in comes the Immortals in that B-bomb site, and they've only got 1 in the site to defend. They were expecting it today, and they also had to devote a guy to watch for the Z push too. So now Zeusi's here, but he's got to rely on these rotations to be able to actually get back into the site too. Molotov even blocking him off. Flashbang right to the face. Actually pegs him a bit there. However, in comes the cavalry. The rest of the CTs getting into position now to go for the retake. If it'll be successful or not is yet to be seen, but with all this time they've wasted, the Immortals should be ready to hold this off. Even flashbang at the appropriate time. They're going to try to push in, but it goes right into the gauntlet. Phelps finding 2 pickups before going down. Zeusi, though, dropping down from heaven, gets the kill onto Lucas over there by Simple Spot. And now Henny's going to try to move in here and stop this. The good news is Henny's got this in the perfect plant position, but Zeusi, he's hunting for the kill. He's going to leap up. Henny knows he's coming, though, and the time's way too low anyway. So Henny's just going to close out on the kill. Then the Immortals go right back into taking control of this matchup, now in double digits as they go 10-4.
APOC, though, I think you kind of gave up the bomb site a little too easy. You're up a man. I mean, you don't have your teammate helping you out. You can't play in such an open spot where you can easily get picked off, and then they just surge right in the bomb site. In those kind of situations, play for the 1-for-1 to try to get 1 kills at least. So now it's a lot easier for your team to retake it, because it's a lot easier to retake bomb site when there's only 2 people alive than 3. You know, like you just can't give it up that easy.
Bit unfortunate for Imagine. Trying to throw out the flashbang, I think, and he just gets wrecked.
Yeah, it's not great time on his part. And now Immortals are already in the bomb site playing the round. It looks like it's going to be an easy round win for Immortals.
And as mentioning previously, like even these half-buy rounds for Winter Fox, these what are a majority of ecos here, they're just getting destroyed by the Immortals, and this is no exception to it. 4 kills already. Zeusi going to try to resist, but the second he walks out, Phelps just dominates it. And there you have it. It's the 11th round up on the board for the Immortals, and that's going to close out the half, ladies and gentlemen. So we will see in a few minutes here if the guys on Winter Fox can recover it all on their second half here on the T side. It's going to be coming up in just a little bit here. Stick around for more action right here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. No! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Bring it back to you now, ladies and gentlemen, with more here between Winter Fox and the Immortals. Winter Fox got off to an interesting start there, almost upsetting in the second round and then actually doing that on the third round, but unfortunately losing control very quickly, and from that point forward, it was very much a one-sided game there for the Immortals players as they went 11-4 at the end of the half. But now they have a chance to bounce back. It's going to have to come on their T side, though. Eric, your thoughts on that? And if they actually have a chance to do it.
This can be a very T-side map. A lot of teams you'll see a lot of success holding that middle, execute, whatever. There's a lot of nades and smokes that you can do to make the T-side map. But, I mean, you know, stress and executions can only take you so far. As you saw that last half, Immortals was just out-shooting Winter Fox along the way. There's hardly ever where Immortals was, like, just being overwhelmed. It just seemed too easy for them. They're just literally running around, headshotting. I mean, they had some good teamwork and smoking, flashing, and as they peek corners, they have teammates right behind them to help them out. We don't see that from Winter Fox.
And I mean, we saw the pause there happening too, made a little bit of a difference, but again, it seemed like while 1 or 2 rounds worked out great for them, it was only a momentary lapse, and they immediately went back and took control. But anyway, we're now ready to go into the second. I'm looking at a nice little camera angle there Sapphire's giving us. That's
Look
pretty.
at that, right in the barbed wire.
It's artistic.
Is that
showing us the
razor
map.
wire or
Yeah,
barbed wire? I think it's razor
I think
wire.
it's razor wire. It's nice though.
I know. You know, it's
Getting
good one.
creative.
I like it. You can see the Ferris wheel in the background. Like, oh, this is wait a minute, is this an amusement park or a warehouse? I don't even know what this is. What is Cash?
Basically, don't.
The weapon silo with an amusement park in the background? Is that what it is? Oh,
Bolt's walking right out to find Offnu. He's not even looking at him. Gets the headshot so quickly. And WinterFox already stunned here at the beginning of the round as they're going to have to try to make up for this. And it's looking like they wanted to direct A play this without a player pushing checkers. It's going to get a lot harder and it's going to be a lot more predictable. Look, Bolt's moving up. There's another one. What's happening, WinterFox?
He wasn't squeaky, but now he's at Fork.
They're falling apart. Phelps with another headshot. Finally, there's a pickup from APOC there out of Squeaky. But it's all falling apart pretty quickly after this one. Phelps finding another one. Imagines the last bit up. He's going to try to smoke his way through over across here to get into the A-bomb site. It's going to net up at least one more kill. This is pistol round, though. Those frags don't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things. He's got a lot more makeup work to do, and he's about to be flanked out by Lucas.
Well, he does get a kill, so if you wanted to, you could buy a scout next round. So, I mean, maybe a little bit. Maybe helps out a little bit. Maybe he wants a scout next round because they're probably going to have to buy.
A little bit of a boost.
A little boosty boost.
Now as he pushes out, he will finally be shut down by Lucas, and there you have it. The Immortals are going to get up to a 12th, and they start off with a continued lead from the first half.
Yeah, this is not looking too great for WinterFox, and I mean, they didn't plant the bomb, so you kind of have to expect a force buy in this kind of situation with pistols being so strong in this game. But no, they're going to play the safe route. This is, this is really, really safe. But you're down 12-4. I don't know. Like, you just want to go big or go home, or just try to hopefully get some kills this round and then be able to plant the bomb and then buy next round. So a lot of things working against the favor of WinterFox. Especially when Phelps just headshots you.
Lucas waiting for more of them to push back in 2. He's actually going to be found out. He's caught without equipment on either, and he can't even recover it in time. So Zeus is going to pick up that kill. That's the only frag he's going to get, though. And beyond this, it seems like Phelps, Henny, and the rest of the Immortals are shutting this down. As I say that, though, APOC were rebounding a little bit there with one more kill. Down at 3 HP, but Bolt's holding. The nade rolling in. This might be the finishing blow. Doesn't even need it. Just uses the SMG to do the job. And they're 13th. Will roll up, only losing 2 of their players here.
Yeah, now WinterFox is going to decide they did not get the bomb down at all. So are they going to maybe drop some AKs, do a little old school kind of buy where you drop AKs to some armor, get some utility, and just try to wolf pack it somewhere? But no, they're going to save again. Except for APOC, he's going to buy some armor. He's going to be the entry killer. I don't know. I don't see the point of buying armor without head armor, especially against submachine guns. You're just going to one-shot anyways. Why not?
You tell him. And there's the headshot first off onto Imagine. Zeus just racking them up now. 3rd, 4th, 5th, they're all dead. And that's an easy round for the Immortals again.
Yeah, Immortals, they're pretty solid in their CT, just kind of stacking in places. Like, if you see one Immortal, there's probably a good chance there's one or the other one hiding around the corner. That's how they play. Pretty compact.
And there's just no resistance on this push at all. Look at it. Only Lucas takes damage from that one. It's not even like they're struggling with it at all. There's very little coordination, it seems, on the WinterFox side, so maybe off to a rough start today.
Jumping through smokes is not a great idea, especially. It's really hard to really have the one up, because the person behind the smoke will always see you before you see them.
Not everybody can be Stewie.
But he always has a flashbang when he does it, so it's like there is some method to his madness.
Yeah. Well, we do actually see a bit of a mistake being made here by the Immortals early on. Phelps trying to push his way in to get that early advantage, but there's a huge amount of players from WinterFox here, so they do take him out pretty easily. But this is now acting as the early warning signal. Bolt kind of passively is playing back over here, even goes into the Molotov a little bit to try and make sure he stays in that corner, doesn't get flanked, doesn't work out so well. Henny responding, but again, these guys in the Immortals are trying to take these open fights, and WinterFox looking a bit better. Henny's keeping this alive, and now Lucas in the flank brings it back down to a 2 versus 2 here. Offnu and Imagine. But the last 2 up and running, Offnu's just been team flashed, though. Didn't get the communication out there properly. Doesn't affect them, thankfully, because the Immortals are holding for a moment here, not wanting to take the risk on moving in for the retake just yet. The Molotov goes back into the corner, though, and Offnu's forced to take the duel, but he wins it. Now it all falls to Henny. Trading out for the AK. He's got half the clip left sitting in there, but now he's got to try and find these last 2. Finds the first one. That's a very predictable spot, and it's all to Offnu. He's going to Molotov off the bomb, and he gets the kill anyway. Clutch from Offnu, and that's going to keep WinterFox in this game for a little bit longer.
Henny, he has like a sixth sense. Every time I watch that guy play,
and
he just knows he's spamming right. He's a crazy individual. I want to know what he's eating every day for breakfast.
I don't know. They have like I think they have like a team chef that makes some like really good food.
Yeah, make him some of that.
They post it on Twitter sometimes.
Brain food.
Yeah.
Make him really smart. His aim really good. I don't know. I want to
activating
know.
his mind's eye or whatever.
He has robotic arms. I don't know. I don't know what's with that guy.
Well, we've got Lucas trying to push his way out of the smoke. And again, second round in a row that someone trying to push through smoke on CT side has been denied. So maybe the Immortals want to stray from this a little bit here. So now again, they're in a 5-on-4. But he may have been able to spot some of these players because similarly to that last round, look, again, quick rotations moving over. They're retaking mid control. They're trying to aggress them again in CT over here, but that's not working at all. Imagine, I think, is going to be the only player knocked out here. Phelps tries to drop in. He's traded out, and it's all falling to Bolts, who's obviously going to save in a 1v4 with him still being up on top of Shroud spot currently.
I would actually move from that spot. You know, you don't want to kind of give. I mean, obviously, you always want to check that spot, but the angle that they can reach from either highway or kind of that area where he's looking at right there, a truck, it's going to be a hard shot for him to pull off. You know, play a little safer, but it looks like none of WinterFox is really chasing over that. So looks like he's going to be safe. He's going to be safe.
And nobody from the WinterFox side is going to be hunting him down, it seems. They're just starting off to build their own T side here. So not going to be the best idea in the world to have a situation that they had with Zeus. Zeusy, apologies. It's a bit difficult when there's two Zeuses in the server.
Yeah, it's very close. Just one letter. Other than the Immortals, but it's like Zeus, Zeusy.
That we need a showdown.
Who's the better Zeus? One-on-one shotgun. Immortals. I think Immortals Zeus wins the shotgun battle though. Rifle?
Yeah.
I think Zeusy wins the rifle battle.
I mean, just going by the score lines right now, Zeusy's winning, but
yeah, you know. But if Zeus had a shotgun, I don't know.
He's got like
there'll be a whole different story.
It's got like double the kills of him.
But you don't underestimate Zeus in a shotgun. No, you don't do that, Blue.
So we will see what the WinterFox players are going to try to do to keep this comeback rolling here. They spotted Henny in that smoke. APOC, that's a lot of bullets, though. You've got Zeusy to support with that, though, along with APOC. But now Bolt's peeking back out. The only rifle still in this game, but he's impacting with it. They don't know where he's at, either. He gets a second player. Zeusy's looking over there towards, like, Garage or the vents. Now he's going to hunt for the third. They finally realize where he's at, and Bolt will get smoked off. And I don't think he's going to want to take this duel any further.
No, pretty smart to get those 2 kills, kind of play it back a little bit. You know, there's no reason to repeat smoke like 5 times after they know where you're at. It's just a bad uphill battle. And looks like he flanked them. If he gets bolts, it's definitely going to be a nice little kill, killing their only rifle on the team. And now there's a one-way smoke from Lucas. You should spam that spot. You always spam that spot if you see the smoke.
Zeus doing so much damage, but only bringing it down to 11. And now Lucas going to try to push out here within that smoke. He has a little bit of a hiding spot here, but they found him. They knock him out of there, and that's a perfect grenade on the Phelps. Down to 14 HP. He's got nowhere to run. He's got to hide in this mini pit. Trying to use a headshot angle here. He actually gets the first kill and the second one. Phelps with the big clutch, and that's going to give them their 15th round.
Nice shots by Phelps.
I mean, it's so good the way he uses this too at low HP. He's forcing them to headshot him essentially, and he plays that so great. So really well done by Phelps and a great clutch in the 2v1.
They're so good, so good.
And it shows by the scoreline too. Look at him leading to a huge degree over the rest of his teammates. 26-13 with the next man up. There's Bolt at 17-9.
Yeah, that hurts for WinterFox. Like you're up, you lose an eco round like that, and Phelps with an amazing 1-on-2, just flacking, winning the round. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
You want to keep that rhyming game going, or?
I'm not as good as Hato Kist. You know, he's the rhyme master.
Trying to compete a bit there.
I know. I will lose every time to him. He is too good. He does mixtapes and everything. I'd be just brushed under the what?
Those are a secret, man. You can't tell the public about those.
Oh, he knows.
That's his experimental. Anyway, they're out and they're trying to make this happen now. Zeusy's gonna grab that first kill. With some team damage coming in there apparently. WinterFox though still battling back for this one. They bring it into a 2v3 to push again. The wild push without team support rolls it from Henny. Quite a few times we've seen Immortal players try to do this, and well, they're still not checking for Dexter here, so the moment Dexter just ripping him to shreds back in that corner. They've got him lit up, but Dexter again going to close out here. 3 kills for him, and the man that was down at 1-17 just a few rounds ago is now up at 5-18. Still a bit of a way to go to recover here, but at least showing up finally.
Better late than never.
Yeah.
Or, you know, I mean, that's the saying. I don't know how that works in CSGO, but I mean, if WinterFox does bring it back, you know, the 15 overtime, I mean, you probably have to think probably Dexter was a big part of that.
And so off of that, now The guys from the Winter Fox roster are still battling for this, but that is certainly not going to help their case. Phelps moving in there with the op, gets the shot in aiming. That's actually something that we've seen Stewie do quite a bit. And look at this from Zeus, moving right in. APOC, though, is looking for that, so he is going to be able to challenge it and knock him out. Helps us to impact in a much bigger fashion, assuming the Immortals roster still decides to stick to this push. Oh, but the flashbang works out great for the Winter Fox roster. Phelps, he's mollying in all directions. He's got to take the battle here, hunting for more, but finally the Molotov is going to do enough damage to burn him out. Baiting out the shots from Bolts worked, but he's still going to get that kill with the P250. Finding one pickup, looking for more here, and buying time for his teammate to rotate in. There's Henny with the Deagle, bringing it down to just one. It's APOC as the last man up for Winter Fox, stuck in the corner over here behind the forklift at 34 HP. They've got him cornered, he's nowhere to run, and he's got 2 Deagles pointing at his face here. He's also only got a smoke to work with as far as utility is concerned, so this is a very, very tough one. And as soon as he pushes out, he's sitting there waiting. Same for Lucas. They're both just stacked up.
APOC's like, they think I fell back. They think I fell back. I'm going to B, guys. Hello, I'm going to B.
How's this going to work? What's he going to...
No, I'm sorry. They saw you.
The mind game fails horribly, and that is how the game is going to end. Immortals are going to take control of this matchup here. A little bit of struggling in the second half. Some good stuff showing for the Winter Fox roster, but ultimately the Brazilians shine through. And with that, I believe that secures them their position at the Pro League Finals in Sao Paulo.
Oh, yeah. It's always nice to secure a playoff at your home country. You know, they're going to fight for Brazil along with SK. And then we'll see who wins. We'll see who wins that one.
So we've got those guys fighting to get there. Both of the home field advantage teams, I think, are through at this point. So that's going to it's going to be a good thing, of course, for the home crowd. We'll have to see who else from the North American side are going to end up making it in there, of course, and that'll all be found out not only today, but over the course of tomorrow too. We have all those big matches still to be played. But we have some analysts waiting for us to break down this match. So let's send it over to them to talk a little bit more about this one.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, it was looking like a little bit of a one-sided match, I guess it was, but Winter Fox brought it a little bit closer. And Dexter, your key to victory there for Winter Fox, big letdown.
Yeah, I said in the pregame that if they were going to take a map, Dexter had to op really well. I think up until like the second last round, he was like 2-17, which is the opposite of doing well. And we saw it in the final score for the teams. You know, it wasn't that they were playing 4v5, but it feels like it when you just look at the overall impact that Dexter really didn't have in that map.
Yeah, and Winter Fox, round 8 really broke their economy. That's unfortunate for them because they had a really good start to the round. It looked like it, but they just fell apart mid-round.
Yeah, and you see this a lot when teams, if a team doesn't have the same firepower as their opponent, even if they have an advantage, you feel like there's still a good chance they're going to lose the round. And Immortals knows how to play these kind of odd man and disadvantaged situations extremely well. I actually would have liked to have seen if Winter Fox would have played a little bit more gimmicky, leverage some more of those boosts, maybe boost somebody here in the site. You almost always get a first kill when you do that. And when you have a man advantage and you can make that 5v4 a like 5v3, even if you just trade out even numbers there, you play a one and done spot, you should still win the round. I would have loved to have seen them do a little bit more of the kind of cheeky gimmicky things just to have a better chance, especially CT side.
Yeah, and then one of the keys is obviously winning the pistol round when you're down after such a horrible, abysmal half, and they didn't win the second pistol round.
This is really where you see the firepower of Immortals come out. The individual skill on this team is so high. Bolts is one of the players that we mentioned has always been like the consistent deliverer for this team. And then you even see Phelps just kind of peek out. They're just one bulleting, and it looks extremely easy. And I think it's because they know how much better individually they are than the players for Winter Fox. That's why we saw them kind of force up. We saw them play a little bit too loose there when the score got a little closer than it really should have been. There's a couple times like retakes, they just like ran into the site and they lost. They ended up losing that round, but it just felt like they knew they were going to win. They just wanted to make it happen faster. So a couple mistakes, but it never really felt like it was that close of a match.
Yeah, Immortals looking like a team that really wants that spot, and Winter Fox looking like a team that's kind of sitting over at the bottom of the standings. Yeah. So either way, guys, want to give a shout out to the Score Esports. Go on and take out your phone, iOS or Android device. Check it out on the Google Play App Store. It is the best place for news and stats. And don't go anywhere. Second map between Winter Fox and Immortals after this break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take a flame. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is gonna be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to the ESL Pro League. We're getting ready to jump into our second map here between the Immortals and WinterFox. I believe it's going to be on Mirage. Before we do that, though, there's some breaking news from the league. SK have actually just forfeited their final game in the league tomorrow against Cloud9.
Why?
They did not give a reason. So
I wanted to watch that, though. I wanted to watch that.
Yeah, that was actually what we were planning to show on stream, so we're going to have to adjust our plan. Stay tuned for more information on that. But that does actually mean that the Immortals have a chance to take second seed over SK if they can win the second map, and I believe if they come out on top of their games tomorrow as well. As all teams still have to play 2 games tomorrow too, so we'll have that information coming to you guys soon. But yeah, that's a bit of a shakeup there too. As it seemed like SK were going to have it pretty secured if they were able to take a victory over Cloud9, but that may not be the case anymore.
Saving strats for LAN.
Yeah,
that's why.
Clearly,
that has to be the reason.
There's an
strats for
embargo
LAN
on their playing on online events. Definitely not the case.
But wait, well, oh well.
Yeah,
there's more matches tomorrow. We'll be able to watch.
Yeah,
exciting, almost exciting. SK and Cloud9, but you know, you gotta make do.
We have a lot of games tomorrow. It's going to be very interesting, so we'll figure out how exactly we want to show you guys there and try to make sure to get the best coverage possible about it. But let's talk a little bit more about this game here. Again, the Immortals versus WinterFox. Let's not beat around the bush, but I mean, WinterFox looked very unorganized and overall very sort of out of shape in that first map there. So now going over here to Mirage, is that going to yield even worse for them, or do we think there's going to be room for recovery a little bit?
Mirage is more forgiving, where you can... The op, at least, you can have longer ranges. So maybe for Dexter, he'll find his op moves and grooves on this map. They seem to have 3-2 record, so that's going okay for them.
Yeah,
you know.
But they're going against the Immortals.
And Lucas, he's buying dualies. This is the no respect train coming in.
Always the fun gun.
I've been hearing dualies are pretty good.
We're going to find out in a few moments here. As we do actually see the Immortals sending 2 of their players through underpass early on. They won't get peek from anybody on the WinterFox side, but you can see up on top there on the left side, Zusi's watching out for this. He's got eyes on it. The flashbang doesn't connect. Zusi, however, trying to hold. He gets knocked out. They're happy with that. Dipping away now. Actually, no, Hetty stuck around for this one. Trying to but he gets a second kill onto Offnu, knocking him out of the picture. APOC is the only player that's still back here, and it looks like he wants to try and pursue this, but they may even spot him. I think Phelps realizes that, all right, we got enough kills. We don't need to get too hungry here. Let's get out of here. Let's hold our position, and let's actually try to worry about making sure we still win this round.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. He gets 2 kills and only 14 points of damage has been done on him. It's like, it's not a great start for WinterFox. And then look, they're going to re-peek towards his B halls as WinterFox is going to continue to take out B, but they're going to run into a wall of Immortal players as Bolts take out APOC.
And we can see Imagine here too, getting knocked out by the Immortals. Extra's trying to hold on to his own here, starting off well with the first kill, at least making up for the last map so far. Spinning around with the second, he's got the Sindo on V2, but the dualies out of nowhere from Lucas shut it down and do pick up the first pistol round again for the Immortals roster.
As a simple B take, well, I mean, once you get spotted in that B halls, you might want to maybe change it up and fall back because Immortals was in fast positions to flank and to over-rotate towards B. Maybe just go to, try to stall it out, try to get more kills, try to make Immortals run back and forth, but they just continue to go with B and they got stopped.
And we can see, too, that the WinterFox roster are going to try to proceed. I believe a couple players moving out towards mid to have a late rotate, but at the end of the day, this is going to be a direct A hit, as we've seen in the past couple of rounds here, all moving in for it. Not a large investment, obviously, as they will move in for control of this one. But from the Immortal side, it'll make their job even easier as long as they don't get tripped up by the initial surprise of the push, which right now, it's not seeming like it's the case. 2-for-1 trade on the initial push, 3rd, 4th, and now 5th kills. Quick cleanup again for the Immortals.
That looked really easy. Just out-shooting them.
Maybe a bit too easy.
A little too easy. The WinterFox, it was a save round, so I mean you can't do too much with Glock, no armor, or P250, no armor. I mean it's only so much you can do. Some teams can win rounds. WinterFox cannot.
What are you saying?
I think WinterFox needs a deathmatch more. maybe have confidence.
Did you
in their
just
aim.
assume WinterFox's skill level?
I'm not assuming anything. You know, you can't assume anything these days. You're going to have outcries. You're going to have PR department just all over me and everything. You can't assume anything these days, guys.
The nade's going to roll in, and oh my god, they're getting destroyed again. Unfortunately, Opnu's already the last man up. Henny's at 1 HP. I don't think he's going to kill him, though. He's only got a Glock to work with here. Look at the floor in that room right now. It's just a huge pile of corpses there.
Looks like your bathroom, Blue.
What?
Just kidding. I've never seen your bathroom, Blue.
What was that?
Don't get too nervous. Not true, right, Blue? So there's
No,
no reason your
that
face
came
has to get so red. It's not true, Blue. Tell me it's not true. Anyways,
It's not true.
Immortals.
As far as I know, anyway. I'm not the only one that uses that bathroom.
I mean, you might have split personalities, but that's for movies to do. As Phelps trying to rush in with his submachine gun, I believe he had, and he failed on that one. Opnu's ready for that one. Henny, though, he's right back in window. He's going to wait. He's going to say, "Come on, guys, peek on me. I dare you. I'm going to shoot you guys through smoke." Nope, the smoke dissipates, but he's going to try to just see if he can out-aim people. He's confident, you know? You know, Blue, he's confident. He's going to fake that smoke flash. Like, haha, gotcha.
He's going to try to move out here now, too. Diving in. He's actually in a nice position on this smoke, too, and hunting for the kill.
Whoa.
Grabs APOC out of nowhere. Even gets the hit on the second player. Repeat, however, is where Zeusie's finally going to knock him out, but he's got so much intel off of this. He's done so much damage, too. Imagine, unfortunately, a bit of a bad turn of events for him there as he brings, I believe that is Lucas down very, very low and has to use his teammate to push back in to correct that. They still have the man advantage, though. They've got the 3 versus 2 going on here, and the Immortals are split up currently, so they're going to have to try to figure out where exactly WinterFox are taking this hit towards and then to win out the round. But on the opposite coin of this one, for the Immortals, they've got good damage already going on to Opnu and Zusi, 24 and 13 HP respectively. So those guys are very easy to knock out. They've got to be careful with their positioning to make sure that they keep their advantage in their direction.
Yeah, Zeus looks like he's going to push through middle, probably regroup on Catwalk, but WinterFox is about to hit A. And so this is a great time for WinterFox. Bolts is the only person in this bomb site, so he has a lot to go, and he does pick off Zeus off the start. Opnu, though, nice exchange from Bolts. Now it's up to Zeus for a 1-on-2. Can he do it? Can he do it?
Looking for the head there now to pick him off, but not going to find one initially, and it's another shot that doesn't fully get the kill. The bounce nade goes a little bit too far into Firebox there. Not going to get the kill. He can whip out his pistol at this point. He's moving in, looking for it, but he double peeks both of them, and that's where WinterFox are going to be able to clutch it out and pick up this first gun round.
Good round for WinterFox, and you must need, like, the shot right here. I guess he saw the nade, but that shot, like, that just blows my mind right there. Just, how does his game sense is too good. His game sense is so good. Henny 1's game sense is so good.
What, did you call him Henny 1?
Henny 1. You know, whatever. Henny 1. His game sense is so good.
But it's a new one.
Next gun round. He doesn't have an ult. Not as dangerous, but still pretty dangerous. Let's see what he kind of pulls out this round. WinterFox having 4 people towards this like middle B area, kind of trying to hopefully slowly push back the mid control. Imagine those trying to make a move up in A Balk. Gets picked off by Lucas.
Not a good move.
I mean, it's never a good move when you die, but it's always a great move, a genius move when you jump off the ledge and headshot people. You know.
It's only dumb if it doesn't work.
Hashtag CSGO things.
Yeah, pretty much. But now waiting to see how exactly WinterFox are going to take this next round. Obviously being stunned a bit again. Same thing happened in the last round, though, is that the upper, that was Henny doing some really good damage early on. They still managed to get control. This time, however, they're not sending it over to the A-bomb site. They're going to try to go for what appears to be a fairly direct B play. Everybody in those halls, a little bit split up currently, but still plenty of time for them to regroup here and then go for the push. And I think they still, actually no, Phelps is sitting over here by the corner position. Beyond the arches there. So won't be able to push them through underpass and contest these guys, but he will be able to support them trying to push out the window. One on the flashbang, perfectly timed, but there's one that hits him too, and it works out better for the WinterFox roster. Not only that, but I believe Phelps, yeah, he gets smoked out, so we can't see anything. He's not going to be able to resist this. Bolt is alone. He's going to get 2 kills regardless before being lurked around there by Dexter. Now he's alone, but actually in comes Lucas, just going to leap in through the window. Phelps finally able to leap in and have some effectiveness. This goes into a 2 versus 1. APOC alone and standing here. Gets a separated 1 versus 1, but Henny is still going to close it out there against APOC, and with that, the Immortals reclaim their advantage here, and they'll reset the losing bonus for this T side.
That's a nice little retake. Bolts getting 2 crucial kills there, making it really slow for WinterFox to really just take over the bomb site. If he did not get those 2 kills, that should have been a great round win for WinterFox with nice flashes there, and is taking over off the bat. But Bolts making hero play. Making hero play. I'm just watching Henny. That's all I'm doing. I'm learning from Henny. I'm watching how this guy aims. I'm going to watch everything he does.
Are you trying to become an operator?
I used to AWP back in the day and stuff.
Yeah.
But I just want his game sense. That's what I want to know. How he thinks. Pick his brain out a little bit.
Oh, we are going to see the guys from the T side here moving in through the apartments, having some success. That's APOC grabbing the kill with Phelps. He's got a great spot here, as you can see, to knock these guys out before they even get out of those apartments. And there you go. They all fall down, losing only Zeus in the process. He's having a bit of a Dexter game himself here currently, but it's a match-in now from the WinterFox side that's having some trouble impacting. 0-6 for him and 0-4 for Zeus.
Ooh.
6 rounds in, however, so not a huge deal yet.
It's unfortunate that he has an assist because I want to see the secret agent come out this map, you know, 007. But it looks like that's not going to happen because they have assists. They have to be selfish and try to win rounds, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
Lucas is going to be waiting on the other side of the smoke. Dexter, he's going to have to be cautious about the way he pushes out against this if he does decide to do so. It's a very tense situation, and the noise cue gives it away. Lucas, even spinning around there, too, to kill this one guy that's moving out of Palace. Lucas just shuts this entire hit down, and APOC's even going to be knocked out by Henny inside of the smoke. Nicely done. Immortals, again, dominating this playing field currently at 6-1.
Immortals making this look way too easy. Just, you know, that's the worst way to die, just in the smoke. I would maybe try to toss a couple nades, debate some nades at the start, because, you know, teams like to counter a lot of kind of, especially on Mirage, when you have that smoke execute, they'll have the Molotov and flashes ready, so maybe throw like a smoke and a flash over the wall. Just get some utility out of the way so you don't have to walk through smoke like the death of Dexter. Just no chance at all.
Ooh, that's a messy spray, Henny. You got bolt stability out, though, so not going to be the end of the world yet, but APOC does come out, I believe, from top mid there and does end things. And Lucas, while blind, picks up a kill there. Imagine's going to move in while he's still blind and trade him back down, so this goes even into a 3 versus 3. And Imagine now looking to get control of the site. Problem is, Bomb's back over in T-spawn right now. He's using the Molotov, though, to try to get himself a little bit of an edge, but it ends up working in the opposite direction. Can't find the head there. Zeus is going to move in, shut out an additional player, and Phelps even taking this duel down in the sandwich. Knocks out Imagine, leaves everything to APOC in the 1v3. With
only a 250 and a dream, there's always a chance, Blue.
And a bomb.
And armor and a bomb. Yeah, you're right. That's part of the dream, Blue. Come on.
It's going to move in, finds an AK, but actually messes him up. As while trading that back in, he does lose his life to bolts.
And this looks in dire straits for WinterFox. No momentum, not much kills, no confidence. Immortals is literally running around, no fear. Because if they die, they know that their teammate might kind of clean up 1 or 2 people, and so kind of for WinterFox, they just they have to make them scared because tactics aren't working, their aim's not working. They got to figure something out here.
And there's just a huge spray of bullets coming out here now too from the Immortals side to prevent anybody from crossing, even over to top boxes. There's not letting them get any control here, so WinterFox have to use the smoke obviously to get to the cross here. And he very aggressively contesting this, but after things get a little bit too dodgy for him, he goes back inside of connector. Now they have had a guy get himself all the way through underpass here. It's going to be Zeusy around the corner, getting ready to pop wash himself inside. He avoids it though. The peek out hits the wall. This is not the full kill. He only brings down a 17 HP. Tries to quick scope it. That's not going to work out. Flashbangs again, and eventually Phelps and Bolts move in. There you go. Mid's back under their control. And while we do have Imagine lurking, he's looking at the wrong spot. So Lucas is going to knock him out. It's looking to be another nearly perfect round here for the Immortals as Dexter is the last man standing.
Yeah, they're trying to take over this middle, but they're just getting mowed down. Their smokes. It's hard to just really analyze what they can do. It's like, I mean, yeah, you can have an execute, you have a mid execute, but if you can't get the kills, it's.
I'm not going to be surprised if we see another pause here very soon, if they even want to do it at this point, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, you should always try to take the pause. It is T side. Maybe after this, maybe next round they'll probably decide to pause because they're going to just do like a little pistol. Some pistol armor, some light utility from WinterFox. Looks like they're going to go towards a B execute, which I think is good. It's better than what they've been doing.
And they'll be very fast to move themselves just outside of the apartments there too. But there's already resistance in position for this one. Phelps and Zeus are here. They're going to smoke it out. They're going to molly it out. They're going to pretty much throw everything at it to make sure they don't move in. And Phelps is even going to hear them pushing out. Sound cues in. Zeus can spray. Gets 2 kills. More moving out. They don't even check for this. Phelps destroying them all. And there you have it. Zeus even gets that 3rd kill too. The 2-man setup versus 5. Completely wrecks the half by there from WinterFox. They don't get anything off of that one, and now they're going to be able to go into another gun round here.
Yeah, that was just, it was a nice try, but again, they have to run through smoke. There's no smokes to keep that guy kind of like trying to search for people. It's so hard to run through a smoke and be able to outshoot people that are just literally looking at that. It's so hard, and you need flashes. You need some utility like Molotovs to push them back, at least if they're doing that kind of setup. It looks like they're just rushing the A-bomb site. Lucas, though, taking out one. Imagine, nice exchange. Now 4-4.
Phelps trying to move in too, although he jumps in a bit too quickly there, but the smoke's turned like a weird pattern, so it is able to work out for him. He survives, and now Bolts has got this nice little crevice in the smoke to push through. He's able to pick up another player through that one, destroys Apox, it goes 5v3, and well, Zeus is going to get challenged by Dexter, but Dexter leaping out without his gun even drawn. More of these players are going to get knocked out. Opnu just has to creep into a corner here in a 1v4. It's looking very grim for him indeed, although he's going to stay alive for a little bit longer. 1 kill, hunting for the headshot angle on Steps, creeps back out behind the triple stack there. He's going to be able to get another one, but then Bolts finally shutting him down. And there you have it. It's another one for the Immortals. WinterFox putting up a good fight, but with how direct and just how predictably they're playing this, the Immortals are still able to pull off the retake. They're still able to keep themselves successful, and now they're up 10-1.
Yeah, it was a good little execute. They got in the bomb side, they got the bomb down, and just the post plant just a little weak. Immortals just outpicking them, and just really they're dying so much before they even get to the bomb site, so it kind of makes you wonder if it's their positioning after the post plant in that round, or maybe they just missed their shots. They haven't been hitting their shots, and then you will get torn apart by a team like Immortals if you can't just hit your aim.
And we can see too now the shift moving in from the WinterFox roster here, trying to push out and find any impact that they can get here, but again, with the smokes covering everything out, it's going to be very hard to do that, especially when you have Henny. They haven't smoked, like, this is another thing I've noticed too, is that, like, as far as window smokes are concerned, they really haven't done it all that much that I've noticed. And even when they do, they leave connector open. So here you go ahead. Again, Henny's like completely unrestricted to find these shots. Finally, they're going to smoke him out, but this happened so late, he already got a kill. Yeah, there's not much window smoke, especially if you know there's Henny's playstyle. He's off the middle aggressively all the time. And you need these window smokes. You need some Molotovs towards either connector or catwalk. And just try to push him back and then work something. You know, like what SK does a lot of teams have been doing is when they smoke middle, they sneak a guy up in connector, and then they fall back into an A execute. And the guy connector can really start shooting people in the back when they're focused on this A ramp and A halls. And like WinterFox is not even having a chance to even get there because they keep getting picked off all the time, and it's just. Need to practice those smokes, Blue. Need to practice those smokes. We'll see WinterFox here start to shift out again with their last 2 men. They'll try to get out, but it's already set up for it. There you go. Lucas with the first one. Misses the second one, but the trade position's already there from Henny, so it's textbook from the Immortals roster, and they have no problem whatsoever finishing things off there. Money again from the WinterFox roster should allow them to buy, or at least half buy here.
I think at this point you just need to buy. I mean, 11-1. You need rounds. You need to make something happen.
I mean, just look at the plants too. If we can keep the scoreboard open for a second, like they've won one plant with the exception of the round they actually picked up. It's awful.
So you know, like a lot of people or a lot of teams do have like wall of smoke strats, especially on ecos, where you can actually get the bomb down in A without getting kills. You know, if you have just a wall of smokes and just run plant the spot, sometimes you can get lucky. And Henny they're all
just grouped up there in that corner too. So Henny, pretty good chance he's gonna hit someone. He's pre-firing at least a common angle, and there's the second one. They're not smoked at all. He's just ripping them apart. APOC at least gets the luxury of escaping in the ladder room, but that's not safe. They've surrounded him here. There's nowhere he can go. He's got to battle out to get back control, and the second he goes around the corner, Zeus is going to take him down. They don't even get the plant because they've got players flanking them already over here in the apartments. Phelps just destroys the final 2, and it's another one for the Immortals roster.
Yeah, a couple smokes along the catwalk. I mean, it's an easy smoke to do. You just literally throw it at the catwalk. I mean, if you don't know the connector smoke, at least throw it on the catwalk so you're able to just run by, at least on catwalk. I mean, you're facing a powerful upper, and he's literally just his easy shots. There's no smokes. You're not pushing him back. You're not flashing him. He's just jumping around shooting. I mean, why is he scared? He's not scared.
Utility usage has to be the biggest lesson between these two teams. Not only in this map, but the last map too. That was a really big issue for them. Starting off there on their CT side, it was a problem too, because they weren't like trying to smoke off mid or anything like that to prevent them from moving out. They let them get mid control and cash so many rounds in a row. And not only this too, but when it came to the site takes and whatnot, there was even like the situation last round where like a player sitting there with the smoke. Granted, it's not like optimal for him. He's like stuck in a corner and there's 2 deagles aiming at him. There's no way he's going to escape. But like, has a smoke, might as well try and use it. It's like so many things like that. Now, that pistol round, I think, too, on the first map, you mentioned something about utility usage, too.
As CT, they had 4 flashes, I believe.
And they had a crossfire angle.
I don't think I saw any flashes being used. I don't, at least from my point of view, I didn't see any flashes. I know, I'm for sure someone died with 2 flashes in their hands. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know, Blue.
What are you going to do?
I want them to toss some nades here and there. You know, make it hard for them to op you. You know, if you get op through smoke, okay, that happens.
Yeah.
With Henny's case, it happens a lot.
Right now, Henny's just completely destroying them all mid.
Yeah.
Like, when they're not doing anything to resist it. And even, like, the problem is, too, is that they're not ready for aggression that gets thrown against them. This is probably the area where you would give them the least screens to be like, okay, they're getting tripped up by that. That's understandable. But still, like you think with how commonly it's happening, like, the Immortals players are pushing through smoke to knock them out, you'd think they'd start to play slower and adjust to that. But no, they're still playing the same basic play style, and every single round, somebody from the Immortals will, like, push into smoke or get a really fast flank on them that they're just never ready for.
Yeah, pretty predictable, and just it's always a hard fight. Like, they never take the easy fight. As you said, wait through the smokes, or at least flash and Molotov and then run through something, or, you know, you can't just literally walk through a smoke and expect to have positive results all the time, especially against a high skill level of Immortals who just, look at this, nothing. There goes the smoke, but he already gets kills, and
finally they're going to be able to move in. They get the good trade, but now here's that Garessa pushing it. Nobody's watching for it, and look at this from Phelps, just destroys them all in mid. Offnu is your last man up and running for WinnerFox, but he's in a 1v4, tries to push, and there you have it. Bolts even kills his teammate.
It was like, all right, we got actually Henny, but now we have to wait for the rest of his team, because yeah, Henny's one player, but you still got to worry about the other 4, and like literally, look at him, just uncontested. No one's looking. There's no smokes in catwalk. Like, I mean, it's standard stuff. If you're going to take connector, you need either push back catwalk or smoke off catwalk, so you at least have time to work around it. You can't just run up a choke point like that without nothing.
And we are going to see now the remaining players from WinnerFox. They're going very aggressive this time, but the response is coming from mid. They no longer have any pressure there. They've got to funnel it all through the apartments. For the first time in quite a few rounds, they actually do get site control. The bomb is still on its way, however, and even that's being cautious. As we see, it's creeping up because he's scared of a player working from underpass, and now they're even losing control before they even get this bomb on the ground. He's going to move in, but they no longer have control of the cat approach anymore, so they've got to be careful of jumping out of the apartments now with that bomb. Smoked out. Dexter sees it. Good play from him. It takes down Phelps, but now they're uneven. They're in a 2v3, and the longer they take to get this bomb on the damn ground, the more they're being surrounded.
Yeah, WinnerFox, though, they're going to have to try to get this bomb down, at least try to get a pick here from Zeusy.
There you go.
Does kill Henny, but Bolts just exchanging very nice. Now Dexter with 1 HP. He's going to have to make a big, huge play, but he doesn't. Lucas takes him out, 14-1.
So that'll be the halftime score here. Very one-sided indeed. The guys from WinnerFox are going to have a few moments to try and think about how they can come back, but we're going to find out more about that in the second half coming up in just a little bit.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Well, it's been the Immortals dominating things here on our second map, and WinterFox unfortunately is dropping the ball round after round after round after round after round.
After round.
Yeah, pretty much. So 14-1, not a lot of hope for WinterFox to round the comeback itself, but we're going to find out in just a few minutes if they're going to have any chance of it. Are they going to win the pistol? Maybe, but I mean, in all honesty, for the most part, this game is essentially already over.
I mean, 1-14, you don't see very many comebacks. I mean, it's possible, but it's very unlikely. You know, I say there's always a chance, but the way that WinterFox has been playing the last couple halves, today at least, they show no signs of having that explosiveness to really just come back. I mean, you got to literally take it one round at a time. Don't think of the big picture as like, oh man, we need to win 15 rounds or whatever. I mean,
like realistically, they got to win 13 straight and then 2 more to win. If Immortals even wins 1, then you need however many rounds are left at that point just to take it to OT. So certainly not the best ones.
No, it's not the best. And with a pick already off, Henny just picks off Zeusy. Does not look good.
It's all falling apart pretty quickly here. Already 2 of them getting knocked out. The other 3 are rotating in for mid over here, but Henny moving in, knocking out APOC. And the last 2 around in the corner. There's at least one good find from Offnu, but they've got this last guy over here surrounded. Offnu so far the only one impacting. He's on 2 kills here. He's actually boxed them out, so he's got partial bomb control, and he's gonna. I think he's just gonna stick to this. No, he jumps off it with 11 HP, and that is ultimately going to lead to his downfall. Good thing he jumps off it, of course, because he got pushed within the 5 seconds, but still, there you have it. Match point going up on the board for the Immortals, and unless there is a miracle to be found from WinterFox and they go 14 straight here, the match is over.
The match could be very well over. I mean, losing pistol 15-1. Youchies. It looks like obviously WinterFox does have to buy, but what can they do?
And we're going to see the Immortals too, wasting no time with taking the mid control. As they move up there, they do get dinked from the player in window, but they still manage it. 1, 2, 3 kills. APOC and Offnu. APOC trying to be sneaky, but gets killed from up top. And Offnu, man, how are you going to do this? Oh, apparently going to get a nice flick shot there on that Phelps as he tries to knife you. But now you're surrounded. You're in dark room. Oh no, hold on, he's still alive. He's got a max 10 now too. Make a bit of a contest about this.
Zeus, boost your teammate. He's just refusing to boost him.
There we go.
But it doesn't matter.
And he's going to shut it down, and that is going to be a very, very one-sided map indeed. The Immortals will take control, and with that 2-0, they are well on their way to shooting themselves forward in the ranking to possibly overtake their Resilient sister team, SK.
Sister. Oh, nice choice of words there, yeah. Very strong performance by Immortals. They made that look way too easy for a Pro League match. WinterFox, hopefully you guys can really bounce back and start to find your rhythm within the next couple, well, I guess for next season.
Yeah, and while we do have the analysts waiting for us, of course, not necessarily a whole lot to break down, but let's get their thoughts on that second map.
Yeah, close one, right?
Nope.
Well, we have this going on. I know that, but I want to talk a little bit about the SK Gaming thing that happened. They forfeited their match to C9. Now, what do you think about that? Let's get your thoughts on that.
So, I was actually really disappointed as a fan of high-level Counter-Strike. The #1 team in the division, #2 team in the division. That's the #1 team in the world. We've been talking about it all season long, like that. The last match of the season, like it's going to be great. Was really surprised that they're not going to play it. Hopefully they change their minds.
What do you think it was though? Do you think that they just want the rest? They're not trying to give their strategies up. They don't want to give Cloud9 the practice.
It could be. I know that I think they played 4 maps tonight on a different stream. They played, I guess, like they've been playing. Everybody's been playing so much Counter-Strike. So maybe there's some of that. Maybe they don't want to release some of the things that they've been working on. But to not even play it, I think, is weird. I actually think it's against the rules. So I think there's some sort of fine imposed. It's a very strange decision, and it's kind of disappointing. I'm a little disappointed we don't get to watch that as the possible final 2 maps of the season between the 2 best teams.
I just wanted to see what you thought about that. But back to this match, Henny went off. I think it was the top fragger with like 21-5 or something along those lines. Now, what were they doing so well on the Immortal side besides just imposing their will and showing how strong they are?
They're just superior firepower. They were willing to take every single fight early, starting from the pistol round where they literally just like rushed underpass, took a couple fights there. Henny was super aggressive in middle. They never were able to punish him. It just doesn't seem like they had all their executes and their plans kind of well thought out. They would throw smokes and they would have like 1 or 2 people alive trying to get towards the site. I mean, Immortals just manhandled them all across the map, and then obviously we didn't get to see any T side because they just didn't have any rounds.
And let's talk about on the other side what WinterFox was doing. This isn't what we were expecting. We were expecting Immortals to win, but we were expecting something a little bit closer than that because WinterFox, even though their record doesn't show it, a lot of their games have actually been close. What was up with them?
I don't know. I mean, we saw on the first map, Zeusy played pretty well, but Dexter didn't. On this one, I think it was Imagine that didn't, but Dexter did. It's like they just shuffle who's going to step up and perform well. And again, the firepower on the Immortal side is so strong. So obviously it looks terrible for WinterFox, but I think a lot of credit has to go to Immortals. Just played a very, very clean, dominant half of Counter-Strike in that first half, and they were hitting all their shots. It's super basic at its core, but it's the type of thing that DeBears always says, like, if you don't hit your shots, nothing you're going to do works, right? So you can have the best execute ever. If you get 0 kills, you probably lose the round, and that whole map was a really good example of that.
Something along the lines like, you got to hit your shots.
Yeah, you got to hop out and headshot,
All right, guys, I want to give a shout out to the Score Esports. Go ahead and take out your phone, iOS or Android device. Check it out in the Google Play App Store. It is the single best place for news and stats, and we actually have a little bit of an extended break this time, so make sure you stay with us as the players get ready for this next match. It is going to be Renegades taking on NRG Esports.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Okay, tags up. One. He's gonna get. Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take inflation. Oh, Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is
Obviously, the numbers have grown in the past few years with Counter-Strike's rise to prominence, but the real way the community has grown is just with all the companies, all the sponsors coming in. There really is that level of professionalism for players who are trying to aspire to be in the top levels.
This season, Mountain Dew League is doing a qualifier, and it's basically a quick path to the top.
If you win this Mountain Dew League, then you get into the professional division, you become a professional player.
And I'm looking forward to watching and spectating and seeing who actually makes it.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe, he gets the triple FNX. Oh my God, what a way to win that round. They don't have a smoke, so this over still.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
Welcome back to the ESL Pro League. T-Squared and Ryu hanging out at the Xfinity Zone. I want to give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Mountain Dew, for making this season possible. We appreciate the continued support. If you're an up-and-coming CSGO player, make sure you test your skills in the Mountain Dew League. And also, Intel Extreme Masters right around the corners, guys. It's going down next month, November 19th and 20th at the Oracle Arena in Oakland, California. So make sure you check it out. For more information on that, IEMOakland.com. But we're talking about the big match of the night. It's going to be Renegades taking on NRG Esports.
Should not be a repeat of what we just saw with Immortals and Winterfox. Yeah, hopefully it's not. I'm expecting to see close maps for both tonight, and I know NRG's super hyped up. I know they've been putting in the work. Tapson basically said believe that they'll win tonight and clinch their spot. Be fun to see if they can make it happen.
All right, well, so let's start with the Aussie roster. That's going to be Renegades, and run us through this roster, Ryu.
Yeah, so AZR, JKS, Yam, Ustil, and Ricky. Ricky was kind of the latest pickup for them when Sponge left the team. He's been picking up the op and doing pretty well with it so far this season. I actually think JKS and AZR are the two players that deliver like the most firepower for them on a regular basis. JKS can be a little bit inconsistent, but when he's on, he's one of the best in the division, and he can absolutely carry them to a victory on basically any map.
Yeah, and on the flip side, their opponents for the night, again, that's going to be NRG Esports, Gabi, Peter, Legia, Tapson, and then Fugly. Who are you watching out for on this NRG Esports lineup?
So it's almost always going to be Tapson and Peter. I think they're the clear kind of strongest individual players on the team. Tapson was, and I don't know about right now, but I know a place you can find out if you know a good place for news and stats. If Tapson is still at the top of the division or towards the top of the division and in frags per round and damage per round, he's had a tremendous kind of breakout season and really fun to watch. A lot of individual skill there. He plays on a low sense for all those people trying to decide if they want to play high sensitivity or low sensitivity. He's exceptionally well versed in Counter-Strike, great crosshair placement, you know it's coming, he's still going to kill you kind of player, and he's been fun to watch all season long.
We haven't talked too much about this. We were actually joking about it during one of the breaks, but what do you play sensitivity-wise, and what do you think is the best sensitivity?
Man, I think most pros are going to be between 2 and 3 with 400 DPI on their mouse. My sensitivity right now is probably like 9 because it's whatever my sensitivity was for Overwatch, which is not the game we're covering here tonight, so nobody really cares. But yeah, I would say between 2 and 3 is the most of the pros fall in that range. I think Tapson's like 1.5 or something, so he's on the very, very low end of that. And then a player like Heat goes a little bit higher than 3, so he's on the higher end.
I guess I want to know what's going on with Renegades mentally in this. What do you think's happening? Do you think that they're going to be a little bit, discombobulated in terms of what's happening recently with the announcement yesterday? Or do you think they're going to come in focus tonight?
I think they're going to come in focused. I know that they expressed frustration that it's. I think their coach, I can't remember his name right now, but he was like super, super upset that they overlapped the schedules and that like with all the other dates available, like if you just move it a weekend, like they can make it. So he was very, very disappointed. But I know that they want to have the option of both. So I think they're going to come in focus. They're going to come try to take care of business tonight. And maybe something happens. Maybe the dates change. Maybe they decide to change their minds and they want to come to this event instead of that one. I don't know. But I don't think it's going to – I mean, it's going to be in the back of their minds, but I don't think it'll have a big impact in this match.
And last time for the night, predictions on this one. You thought it was going to be a 1-1 split. Why do you think that that's going to be the case?
Because I think they're just pretty evenly matched right now. And for NRG, they don't win a lot of matches just on pure skill. Like Immortals just did a Winter Fox. NRG doesn't really do to teams, but they beat them in their style. They're very like classic Counter-Strike map control, a lot of tactics, very innovative team. Renegades has more skill, but not quite that rehearsed and practice. I think it makes for a really interesting battle, and I think we'll see a 1-1.
All right, you guys heard it here from Ryu, but the players are getting ready into the lobby. So without further ado, we're going to toss this on over to the casters. And we got everyone's favorite duo. It is Blaze.
Blaze. Thank you very much, Tom. We're getting ready to jump into this map. Of course, Daze is with me, and it's going to be on Cobblestone as our first map. So between these two teams and now going into it, what are your initial thoughts on this one?
I think RNG versus NRG.
Yeah, it's very confusing.
I know. But RNG kind of has that RNG factor, you know? You know what it stands for, right? Like random number generator, right? Like they could just they're one of those type of teams that could actually kind of roll over teams, especially if they get that, that momentum. Like they're not afraid, especially on a map like Cobble, to really just try to run you over, take drop and B splits pretty quick, things like that. But then they also have set, set plays and things that they could fall back to in case that's not working. I do give the edge to NRG. I think NRG is probably a better team, but I actually do think they're pretty evenly matched, as Ryu said. I mean, the standings for the season, I think NRG is 15-7 and RNG is like 14-8 or something.
NRG is 15-7. You're correct, and the Renegades guys, so they're one win apart essentially.
Yeah, so very, very close. I mean, I would agree. I think it can go either way. It's definitely a clash of styles. I agree with that as well. NRG is definitely more tactical and very tactical in general. So it could go either way. If I had to make a prediction, I would do the safe one, probably say 1-1. But I'm actually, I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if NRG 2-0s. I think NRG, Shaq's team, is the better team. I got to start saying Renegades.
Making sure we're all clear on that.
What does NRG stand for, though?
I don't know. I think it's like Energy Gaming or something like that, but it's just NRG. I don't really know. I don't think it stands for anything. I think it's NRG, but I could be wrong.
So it's just energy.
Yeah, basically.
So I should say energy.
I don't know if that's what it is, though. So
I mean, we could just
let's
just say energy.
Reach out to us. Let us know.
Yeah, let's just say energy. It makes it so much easier.
Well, it's still technically right too.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. So anyway, what's interesting, right, is that there is the possibility that they come down to a tiebreaker scenario with Team Liquid to determine like who gets a higher seed at a playoff spot or just a playoff spot in general. And what's an added drama onto that one is the team that stopped NRG from going to playoffs last season was Team Liquid, and it was by like a 2-round differential. However, I believe based on the current scores, if we can see NRG win both of these matches, because Team Liquid is currently sitting at 14 and NRG is sitting at 15 wins. So if they can win both of these and get up to 17, then I think that it's impossible for Team Liquid to catch up to them, and they should have safety over them. But if they only win one of these and then they drop both of their matches versus Optic tomorrow, then there is that chance for Team Liquid to tie them again, and possibly for them to edge out on top of them too, depending on how they matched up over the course of the season.
I see. That was a mouthful, Blue.
It's very confusing how the tiebreakers work.
So Renegades, they might drop out of ESL Pro League finals, right?
Yeah.
In order to attend the minor.
Yeah, because obviously, like, if they have a chance to go to the major.
So since they're Australian, are they only allowed to go to like the Asia minors?
Yeah, that's the general. I think
so.
That's
They
the
can't
deal.
like do a U.S. minor.
Nope. Because they were like born, they're like Australian citizens. They have to do the Asian minor because they're part of that region still.
Oh, I see. I thought they would just have like the choice.
No.
Okay.
That would kind of be giving them too much freedom.
Right. Well, I mean, if I was them, I'd rather go to the Asian minors because it's probably way easier to get through.
Right.
So.
Because the area doesn't get as much competition.
Yeah.
But I think they have to play in the Asian minor. They're not allowed to play in the U.S. one.
That makes sense. I mean, I understand it.
Yep. So. Now, the only question is, are they going to play to break the dreams of NRG, or are they still going to play to like a sort of lax level? I would not expect them to play to a lax level. They're going to go for this one here. And if they, like I said, if they win both of these games, they could essentially break the dreams of NRG if Team Liquid is able to still come up on top of them.
I'm sure they're going to try to win. I just don't think they're going to, be that invested. They'll probably treat it more like a scrim if they already know they're not going. They're just going to be like, yeah, it's whatever, not be like, super like into it, screaming and shit like that, which some teams might get into it like that. Maybe just, chill out a little bit and
take it easy.
Yeah, take it easy.
It's a nice little relax.
Let's just see what happens.
What is this? Why is this?
Blue, can you do an Australian accent?
Not really. Can you?
You can't just try?
I could try. It's not going to go very well. Crikey, mate. See? It's awful, isn't it? Pretty bad. Anyway, we're getting into it now.
Looks like it's a drop rush.
And they're going to be dropping it pretty quickly here, but the duelies from Legia, and he's doing work with it there too. Picking up quite a few kills for himself. He'll end up falling back outside of this one. Has the USP to try and work with, but as he wraps himself away from this, Yam is going to be able to pick up one kill into a 3-on-2. This will go into now, but Yam dominating there, knocking out Fugly, and leaves it down to only one man left standing here. That's going to be Peter, and as soon as he tries to push Broken Wall, me too, he's going to get knocked out of this one.
Yeah, and I mean, they had the perfect counter for that. They had 3 drop, 4 drop down there, and another guy towards B, I believe. So they were set up really well to win that round. Unfortunately, they're not able to hit the shots as they just fly down with Glocks, and we'll see if Renegades is going to opt to do that strategy that I talked about a little bit earlier, right? They started out with it quick where they just rushed as fast as they could down drop, so we'll see here. Pete playing A-Halls here, and they're setting up some type of smokes, though, so we'll see how they opt to scout here. I think Oscillo is scouting B right now, so this is always interesting.
And the flashbang too is he's going to leap out here to see what exactly he can find. Gets a good flash and taps, and even hunting for that second kill too, but that's where he's going to be overwhelmed, and the rest of the guys here from the Renegades roster are just going to push themselves directly up to the A-bomb site. Waiting around the corner, Peter sitting in the back over there. I think they're going out hunting for him too. Yep, Yam's wrapping the corner to try and see what he can find, but no, they don't fully check it, so he manages to keep himself alive. He'll be able to lurk in here in a moment, but Yam will take him down, so no surprises in that regard. And the other 3 are boxed behind this wall in the smoke, so not really a good way for them to get back in with these couple guns they found. Going to be a smarter choice to save so they can have a little bit more impact, hopefully, on that 3rd round.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I mean, you could look for opportunistic exits here, but in general, just kind of get kills if they feed them to you, but if not, just chill and save your guns for the next round and have at least a chance to win the next round, right? Renegade just opting to, they threw a couple smokes at B, help Ustillo out. Ustillo scouted it, killed one, died, but saw, I think it was 2 others, so the other 3 guys just rush up A immediately. And are able to take the site pretty freely. Pete, the only one there, trying to hold it, but all he had was a P250, so not much chance for him. He always, saves for an op on that 4th round. A lot of the, NRG tactics rely on him having an op, so they'll try to make sure every single gun round, no matter what, that he will have one.
And as we take a look now at anything else that they're going to bring to the table for this throwdown, it's not looking too great. NRG, for the most part, are sticking with whatever they were able to save from that last one. Peter actually does get tossed the MAC-10 to use here. Looks like the player that picked up in the previous round is just going to be using the upgraded pistol this time around. And we'll see the Renegades now proceeding out, and this time it's going to be very direct, much like that pistol round 2. Already just leaping through broken walls. Smoke to support them, give him a bit of cover, and it's an easy cleanup. 2 quick frags. The 3rd one runs in, destroys. He's still out the window. Actually, Gabi gets a nice little denial there with the 5-7, but hunting for more is where he is going to find his own demise. And this round, well, it's gone pretty quickly as the Renegades get a 3-0 start.
Yeah, just a quick B-rush, and I wouldn't be surprised if they keep these SMGs and opt for more of the same. Seems like a pretty common strategy, especially on Cobble, where you could really make the SMGs work. Like, going through drop and, square to the right at a broken wall, and just like pinching like that is really tough to stop, and it looks like they are going to do that. So 4 SMGs and an AK, probably going to be some type of B play, I would imagine, as they're all 5 heading over there. Still throwing a nice smoke. I wonder where that lands. Does that land sidewalk?
Looks like, yep, right over there. So it is going to drop down up on side. And however, Flashbang's one are following in. It's another very quick take, taking damage. There's a lot of really good nades coming in from the CT side, and Tabson already punishing for this one. 2 quick pickups from him. Leggy comes down to the other side of the fountain to pick up a 30. Still, though, a nice flick to find 2 response kills. Unfortunately, he is alone, and he's not going to be able to survive much longer than that, sitting behind that spot.
Yeah, and see, the thing that I don't agree with necessarily there, that Renegades did, is it's pretty easy to just kill the people when they all go to your right as a CT towards statue, but when they go through the smoke and they kind of offer both ways, you get in the smoke and you underhand a flash, especially with SMGs, and if you have drop pressure as well, it's really difficult to hold that, even if they do have SMGs, because of just how chaotic it gets. But they keep relying on this. Ricky walking up with an off, and it looks like they're just going to try to bust out and explode here.
Molotovs to respond to it, but Castillo not flinching an inch. He's going to still push forward directly around the corner, finds the instant headshot. JKS picking one up as well. Fugly's able to respond in the process of this, but unfortunately for Gabi, doesn't have any smoke or really good flashbangs to try and support us when he tries to fall back further into drop. Ricky's going to knock him out, and that take happens so quickly. NRG don't even know what to do with themselves. Leggy and Peter have no choice but to fall back and save.
Oh yeah, and that initial frag on Tabson. See, whenever you do a contact strat like that, you know, there was 2 CTs there. If you get that initial frag, it's generally very easy to hold, but they don't get that, right? If Tabson gets that kill, Fugly would get the next, and Tabson would probably kill the next one before they get a trade, you know, and they'd probably be in like a 4v2 or a 3v1, or maybe a 3v2, and also have vision of the next 2 and where they are, right? But that's why that frag, that first frag, Blue, is so important when you have contact setups. If that fails to connect, you still are just going in front of the smoke, which was beautifully timed for him to get in front of that. And if he doesn't connect on that frag, guaranteed, man, like Tabson and Fugly probably clean up there. But instead, frag goes their way, and from there it's just a domino effect. Easy cleanup from Renegades.
NRG do try to save both of those guns, but unfortunately they lose Peter in the process. That's the op gone down to the ground, and no one else has even close to enough cash to go for full rebuy, so it's just going to be Leggy working with his gun in this round. Everybody else working with P250s or default pistols here. Couple HE grenade buys to try and counter out this consistent aggression we've been seeing over here towards Broken Wall that they can try and use here, but beyond that, not a whole lot to try and stem the tide when they do eventually decide to push back in. Renegades, though, have not gone as directly as they have in some of these previous rounds. Now they're just sitting back and, for the most part, playing to the normal default we see teams take on this map.
Yeah, and it looks like NRG opted to kind of stack B at the start, and if they don't see presence and they don't hear a bunch of people there, they're going to go back to A, which is exactly what they're doing. I think that's a pretty good eco strategy. A lot of people like to go quick drop, quick B to at least scout it. You can definitely net yourself a couple kills, and if they don't go there, a lot of people just have to work A. So, but Renegades, they opted for like a 2-3. They could do whatever they want here. They're just kind of holding, and it does look like they're going to go back to B. So really favoring this B site, and in this case, it's a very, very good call. They don't hear anything from NRG, so they're saying, hey, let's check it out. Ricky probably doesn't really see much. He thinks even if they are there, there's not many spots that they could be, right? Should be able to win the round.
And while we are going to see the Renegades start to push forward again into the site, it'll be wide open for them here, and the NRG roster, unfortunately, will not have a whole lot to do about this. Posting up frags as well now will be their only option, but this is essentially going to be another walkthrough as they'll pick up their 5th round without too much trouble about it.
Yeah, most likely they'll get the bomb down, and NRG probably won't even go for it. They'll just try to get those exits. And the anti-eco strategy that they just did right now for Renegades is almost a perfect counter for what NRG was doing. Because NRG, with any type of a 5-man stack, if you're just going very, very, very slowly like that, you'll almost guaranteed to meet some type of, you know, confrontation at that B site. Instead, they don't see anything. They very slow work it. They know nobody's dropped. They smoke it out, molly it. They have control over that. And then Ricky is just peeking B. He sees nobody's stairs. He sees nobody's close broken wall. You know, if you're going to stack B like that, pretty much all of you have to be tree, sidewalk, rock, statue, and coop. Even if you stack B like that with USPs, you're probably going to win the round if you're Renegades. You know, so they played that really, really well. And much more slowly and methodically than they have taken most of these other rounds, right? By brute force. So good change of pace by Renegades there. Reads the situation very, very well. And goes up to a nice 5-1 lead for them.
And that nice save there is going to send things right back into another bye for the NRG roster, getting the op back into the hands of Peter. M4 for most, and Gabe is going to pick up the shotgun. Certainly not a weapon you can have. Certainly not a weapon that's it's a bad thing to bring out on this map. So many spots to deploy it successfully, and
absolutely
can have a lot of success.
I think the 3 best spots are obviously drop. Close broken is quite strong. Even working above that smoke is very good that they throw on the broken wall. And then also one that's probably underutilized is long A.
Yep. We do see now the Renegades going back to their faster style, taking here out into the open, but Fugly holds over here behind the statue, gets the additional support from Tabson. Ricky finally responding with the up on this T side here, but the pressure's still in its way. Tabson was looking to peek out a moment ago, but the Molotov's going to force him back. Now, though, the late drop pressure moves in, and as Ricky finds another kill on the Tabson, JKS strikes by knocking out Gabi, Legia. The last man standing's Peter, but he tries to move in through window, and JKS is waiting for him. He's going to get the 3K on the round, and the Renegades continue to play successfully, up 6-1.
Yeah, and JKS with a phenomenal performance there in drop. And drop room is one of those spots on the map where if you have like a fantastic fragger, like a Shocks, like a Get Right, who just knows how to peek things properly, knows how to quick peek with great crosshair placement, and obviously great aim and quick reactions. Like JKS is a pretty electrifying player. He's pretty freaking talented. So he's able to just get 3 really quick clean kills there. And now RNG opting for another brute force 5-man ace strat.
And JK is even waiting for this push up from Suicide there too, right into the crosshairs. Peter still not going to be finding anything early on in the game, and he's still just getting fed kills here at this point. Finally runs out of ammo on the MAC-10, so Fugly will meet himself with 1 pickup here. That seems so far to be the only one they're going to get, though, on this eco again. NRG just not finding a whole lot of success.
Yeah, no success there. Peek getting caught running through that smoke or walking through out there, and I think whenever something like that happens, you know, I've been on the other end of that where I'm Pete in that situation, and I'm a little frustrated right now. I'm like, it's 7-1. They haven't even really hit my spot on a gun round, you know, probably just trying to force something instead of just, you know, kind of waiting back and see what happens. Although, I mean, he had like a USP or a P250, so maybe that is the best option. But, you know, on the other end of that, when you're just sitting behind the smoke waiting, you're just like, what is this guy doing, man? This is the easiest kill of my life, you know?
Step it up, man.
That's the right type of question mark.
Yeah.
So I'm super BM.
Add to the tilt factor a little bit there. Give yourself an edge. Well, the Renegades are fast out on the platform again. It's Ustillo that early pushes over here towards the stairs. And he grabs the kill on the Tabson, already knocking out one of the defenders. But they don't follow through with it. They don't send the rest of their teammates in. They still have 2 over here in the mid connector. And there's 2 more, I believe, as you can see now, stacked up over on top of drop. They're happy with that 1 kill. Now they're going to fall back and wait up a little bit here.
Yeah, and you know, 1-7 Gabi with the shotgun and drop is going to be tough for him to rotate and really do anything with it. And again, we see Tabson getting entryed by Ustillo. So Ustillo so far just has his number, playing great CS, man.
Gabi is hoping to find something with this shotgun too, but they're jumping around. They might suspect something as they try to push up against this too. The flashbang connects perfectly on the first try, trying to duck below, but they've heard him and they know he's down there. Azar is going to take him out. And with that, we'll have another advantage towards these guys. Still 2 stacked in the site, but the Renegades taking it slow. It's executing these guys 1 by 1, looking to capitalize on any mistakes that they've made. And up to this point, the NRG players, unfortunately, have not been met with a lot of kills. And there you have it. Another one, not watching over there down towards the ramp. JKS is able to freely push the mid connector. Almost full control of this already. And now they know that the A site is wide open, so they'll be able to take the bomb in here and plant it with no risk at all.
Yeah, and they know it's open, and they know the players have to be a beast, so they boost up drop to contain them, and they're going to go for these frags and try to hunt them down after they plant the bomb.
Like he does find 1 pick up there against Ustillo, so drop room is open to them once again here too if they want to try to post up in there, but at the moment just hanging out in the B bomb site looks to be their area where they are going to choose to save these guns and try to keep them in for the next round, and the Renegades slowly moving out to try and contain them too. Just playing it safe, of course, in the event that they found anybody that did sneak out of this site. But it's not going to be happening, and in a moment they can try to crunch in and knock out these 2 guns remaining for the CT side.
Yeah, they're definitely going to chase here. They have the money to support it, and it's a wise decision. And they're doing it slowly and methodically and pretty smartly here. So Legia and Fugly are going to have a tough task ahead of them here to save these guns.
And they'll move in now. Legia hiding over here in the cubby, and Fugly hiding behind the main doorway there. He's going to pick up the first one. 2 dropping in from Broken, though, and Legia looking more to survive here at this point. He gets out, he finds 1 kill, but is not able to knock out Azar, as he will trade him down. So only 1 of those rifles stays in, and after that one, we do see a pause finally coming in for NRG after they've lost so many rounds in a row here, sitting at 8-1 as a deficit.
Yeah, absolutely worth it, though, to get, you know, even a couple deaths there. Even if they would have had 3 deaths there, they have so much money. Just getting that 1 gun down is good. So you know, you want to chase there 100%. But you notice the way they chased wasn't they just rushed in there and did it, without coordination. They boosted up drop, they contained them in B, then they slowly worked out and pinched on them. And that very easily could have been both kills. I believe they were only able to pick up Legia there, but now NRG opt to take their tactical pause because things aren't going so great for them. But I will say that in the current map pool, you cannot count NRG out of this. I know it's 1-8, but it's still early in this game. Cobble is a map where we continuously see huge runs, and teams go on huge runs on a map like this. So they could definitely come back and win this. Just a couple of those things need to change, right? Tabson needs to stop dying at that first entry death at B. He needs to start holding his own against Ustillo, and making it like more 5v5 CS. Because every time a man goes down like that, we saw as soon as he died, and I believe it was a 4v5, another pick came across the map. You had Pete at A. All of a sudden, he has to watch long and middle. Almost an impossible task. Like it's very, very difficult to do that. And B, it's even more difficult, right? Having to watch drop. If they get down drop, they can go to connector to Pete. That's even another area that Pete would end up having to watch at A. And then it's just so many areas, right? There's so many things to watch on Cobble that when you get down in a 4v5, it's so difficult. In a 5v5, it's difficult enough. But when it's 4v5, it's almost an impossible task when you're playing against a really good and strong team like Renegades.
Yeah, and the CT side having their own difficulties. If we can see NRG bounce back a little bit here to make this like a 5-10 half even, then in theory, of course, once they get on T side, we've actually seen a lot of successes from NRG in the past. What Gabi brings to the table here is actually a lot more dynamic than many, many other teams do bring. So we would hope at that point that they would be able to bring a stronger side to this one and possibly round the comeback in the second half. But on the opener here again, the Renegades are actually favoring a fairly heavy A approach this time, not wasting a lot at all to get into position for this either, but Peter resisting it inside of Suicide. He's already been met with a lot of aggression on his own end, so he's got to be expecting something to come from this direction. There we have it, Yam knocking him down, but he spotted players down in that mid connector as well as over here towards Log, so it'll call for pretty quick rotations from the rest of his teammates over here.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, Pete is a bit tilted because Tabson hits a great 1D there on Ricky to clear those B halls, and that's going to really help his team out because they're going to be able to stack A right now, and they have a very good chance of winning this round, Blue.
They are starting to slowly move back up here. Smoke's covering off a lot of these angles, but still a lot of them are working with pistols here. 1, 2, now 3 kills for the Renegades roster, and despite the damage on the JKS and DM, it is eventually just brought down to Tabson with the op and him being all the way over here on the B bomb, so there's not much merit to him moving out to hunt. And also really just to go for the retake itself, so he'll duck away inside of drop here, moving in probably to try and counter any of the early rotators looking to kill him, but ultimately to save this weapon for the next round.
Yeah, and the kills just really... Jesus, Justillo is on one right now, man. The kills just, I mean, you see like their pistol work, they did like 93 and 87. If there's just one more bullet on each, they have a really good chance of winning that round because Fugly would then be set up, right? Each pistoler got a kill. He knows where they are. He's in the site in a 2v3. He behind APC or something like that. He could definitely multi-frag and get 2, maybe stay alive, and give Tabson a chance to win the round. But no kills so far are going NRG's way. So Ustillo feeling super confident, just runs out B here.
Legia, though, is going to resist things back in the mid connector. Not only does he get that kill in the JKS, but he heavily lights up Yam. He's down to like 9 HP now. He does fall away from this one to regroup with his teammates, but there's Tabson plastering Ustillo to the wall over there on the back plat. So it's going to yield them another one. And finally, it seems like they're doing a good job of resisting this early pressure coming out from the Renegades, and they've got the man advantage now, 5v3, with Renegades not really getting a whole lot of map control either.
Yeah, and they needed that, man. They needed that. And now if Renegades is saying, hey, let's just get a few kills, get 2, 3, if you can, 4 guns down. It would be super good for them because then they'd be able to break their economy again. But NRG needed to do that, man. They needed to show that early resistance to make them respect that and give them more time to set up on CT side, set up to get their individual picks and play out the round more strategically speaking for NRG. Now Renegades just opting for that drop control, taking it and trying to work towards this B site.
Ricky is going to find the first kill there, so they're trying to battle it back a little bit. They were handed drop control. The Yam can't do a whole lot here with only 6 HP, and Ricky needs to get his way out along with Azur here too, but the Molotov on is delaying it even more. It's about time for the full A commitment players to rotate in. There's the nade to finish off Yam. Now they're down to 2, but Azur still able to hold his own back over there inside of the drop room, and now nobody's watching the stairway, so Ricky's able to freely push out, grabs 2 kills. He didn't lose Azur, but now it's down to a 1 versus 1, and Fugly, he's been isolated behind the tree boost spot. looking to work his way around it now. Ricky wasting no time with the Tech 9. He knows he's got him low. One bullet connects and one more is needed. He's going to clutch it out. A huge round from Ricky as he picks up the 4K, and the Renegades still continue to dominate, now in double digits, up 10-1.
Yeah, and that was just a disaster for NRG. I mean, quite a few of their players just taking peeks that they simply should not be peeking. Pete should not be peeking the drop area like that. It's a headshot angle, and if you're holding with an op, that is a very advantageous shot for the terrorist every single time due to the peeker's advantage in CSGO, especially at a headshot angle, right? So bad peek by him. I mean, that was essentially a 4v2.
Yeah, pretty much.
If he would have just not peeked that, and then his teammates were just in pretty poor situations, and positionally speaking around the rock area. They could have gotten better positions because they did Molly E-box. They had time to do that. Instead, they didn't, and Ricky able to just get out on that B-plat. Just guys are facing him around those stairways, and that's going to be an op kill for a good opper most of the time. So disastrous round for NRG there. That was something that I thought could really get them back into this half and get them back into this game. Started out great in the 3v5, but
it seemed to look dominant, but now it's gone the other way. Now NRG back down onto yet another eco here. Not seeming to find a lot of impact. Azure just jumping right out of the window to get control of site connector here. Good response from Tabson, but he's very low now, and it is going to come Azure to be able to pick up even more of these kills too. As it's all brought down to Peter here on his lonesome. He was, again, holding over there by the long A, but he's played this position almost every single round so far, so the Renegades are going to know he's kind of hanging out somewhere close to the A bomb site. It's been revealed, stuck in a corner, looking for that one kill onto Azure, but it's not meant to be. He's going to pick up the 4K here, and Renegades continue to bounce forward here with a huge lead.
yeah, and this continued B pressure, man, just B site time after time again. I think they've only gone A on anti-eco so far. Maybe 2 or 3 times, but it's just been consistent B pressure, consistent drop pressure, and the kill is just almost always going Renegade's way early on, except for that last gun round. But now we see early smokes towards B, and it looks like it's more of a split strat this round.
They're going to try to push their way in, however. They're still keeping this very heavy platform pressure applied very early on. There's nobody watching for Broken as Peter tries to fall back. They finally switched up his position, and he's still going to be one of the first to go down. But Legia actually having somewhat good success in playing aggressively out over here, but Azure stuck behind the box. The Molotov's going to spread to him with his already low HP. It is going to finish him off, knocking him down low. He's still out trying to figure out where the hell the shots just came from there, as I think they were ringing through the doorway a little bit, but they managed to sort of get their way up onto this site. It's an uneasy hold, though, as everybody from NRG is already up, knocking at the gates of this one, only held back really by the smokes and difficulty of actually getting back into this site from that spot there. Not only this too, but waiting for Legia to lurk his way in from the long A spot.
Yeah, just be patient, wait for this smoke at heaven, make them have to look at multiple areas, and you're definitely going to have more success. Legia creeping in here, still under the heaven, and this is a tough retake for the CTs, but if they time it well, they could definitely do it.
Renegades are moving around quite a bit here too, but it seems to be working now. They find that first kill. Legia is on the flank, but Yasilo down below the balcony is going to find another one. It's all him though, and with very low HP, Tabson is just barely going to be able to edge him out from the other side of the APC, but this is all going to come down to timing. Very close. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to get it. So close, but I think he just gets it. And NRG barely find themselves a second round there as Tabson clutches out that final 1v1.
Yeah, and it's such a difficult retake, right? Even though Ustilo had 22 health that entire time, and Renegades has a man up there, the A site on Cobble and B site, both sites are very difficult to retake. It really comes down to having a lot of patience and discipline in CT, and obviously hitting your shots and whatnot, but really good communication, trade killing, and things like that come into play there.
So now let's take a look and see if they can keep things consistent, at least try to make this a bit more competitive and bring it up to the 11-4 mark. Got to string these rounds together here too. The only 2 they've picked up have been isolated incidents, as we've just seen there, with their second just being added to the board. The Renegades, of course, though, actually for the first time in quite a while, not moving immediately aggressively out over there onto the broken wall platform. Instead sending their initial pressure over here towards drop, Molotovs and everything to get control of it. And look at this from Azure, already outside of the window. Wastes no time in leaping out here. He's going to find that first kill, trying to chase the second one against Fugly, but now he's stuck. Very low HP. Doesn't want to repeat that again. Yustillo drawing some more of it away, though. He's going to be able to drop down on the Gabi, and the pop flash over top buys more time, but Peter and Tabson shut down their respective players, pushing them. They hold on to this B bomb site, and the Renegades are going to have to go for a quick switch over to the A site, where their first target's going to be Peter. Peeks them initially, spots him out, but he still gets the kill on DM, and now he knows where the final 2 are coming from. Just has to wait for the push.
Yeah, waiting for the push, and Pete finally gets a chance here at A to show how well he can hold that site, getting 2 kills there. Renegades doing a little bit of a fake or maybe like a drop to A play. get into a 3v3, but that kill by Pete was pretty huge, and he's going to be a pretty big thorn in their side here. It's going to be tough to take the site when they have to look to their left and their right.
They have no utility left to get back in here either, so they've got to try to use the element of surprise and sneak in here. Looks like they're jumping over a bit, but they're being loud about it. So Peter, nicely done, using the alleyway to his advantage, finishes off the final two. There's the big round from PTR, and it is going to give him a 4K.
Yeah, 3-11. Obviously, Renegades is going to be able to buy. But if they can make it 4-11 here and they can win T-Pistol, I mean, if they win the following two, right, 7-11 T-side Cobble, you're not fazed by that at all. Like, you're 100% thinking, okay, we're in position to win this game. We easily can.
And so the Renegades, of course, looking to try and stop them from doing that, all bunched up, and this is going to be an all-in hit more than likely. Not even anybody splitting off to go over there towards drop. Everybody pushing out towards platform on this round. They're going for shock value here as they leap back out from Broken. Yam hopping away, stops in front of the smoke, but he's got his opponent's flashes. He has that little bit of a hold through it, and unfortunately doesn't count on the player on the other side, so it's Tabson picking up Yam, a second one, and then Funky with a third. They stop this, but big damage has been done to two of the three remaining players. There's Ricky now, working with the Yacht. We haven't seen that from the T side in a while. Comes into big effectiveness, knocks out Legia, and now it's even to a 2v2, but Tabson not checking the other side of the statue push. Peter responds from within side of the drop room, so it gets isolated down to another 1 versus 1 here. JKS looking to clutch for the Renegade side, and Peter looking to pull off another victory here for the NRG side of things, but still a minute left on the clock. JKS has all the time in the world to play around with the map, and it looks like he is going to try to lurk around to the other side, at least move in a drop, if not go all the way over to A.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great play by JKS, getting the bomb immediately, opting to go towards A. We'll see if Pete can make a read here and push towards that A site. We're not sure. He's just opting to kind of play in the connector, maybe listen to both and have a quick rotate to both sites, can get posted on one of the angles and hope eventually that JKS peaks.
And unfortunately, Peter will not catch this initially moving in, so it will allow him to get up onto the site and find the plant, but with him hiding out over here in the connector, he should be able to hopefully deduce. No, he's thought it's gone to B. So he's going to check in here first. Won't spot anything. So he's wasting so much time about this one, unfortunately. And this in itself, with all the time he's wasting here, may just hand the round over to JKS. He's going to have to rush right in here and go for the retake immediately. And JKS is set up for that very aggressive play. Unless Peter goes over to balcony, he's going to walk right into his crosshairs. So he's got to aim at this so quickly. He spotted him on the cross. Peter actually has a good advantage, though. So JKS doesn't get the kill initially. He goes behind it. More time being wasted, though. It's getting very, very low. Peter's got the kit, but he does not have unlimited time to play with. And JKS is smart. He's playing with that time. He's wasting more and more of it. Peter gets up onto the platform, but he's already down below the 5 seconds left on the clock here. JKS is going to close things out, and the Renegades will find a 12th round here to end the half. 12-3 will be the scoreline, ladies and gentlemen. It's been an intense game, if not one-sided, but we're going to find out if NRG can round the comeback in just a little bit. Stick around for more right here on Cobblestone in just a few minutes here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the one kill in that bomb. Coming onto the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still...
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And bringing it back to you now, guys. NRG struggling a little bit there on their first half of Cobblestone playing on the CT side, but now they're going to switch it up and jump over to the T side, where we've seen some successes from them in the past. Meanwhile, the Renegades have a good lead, and with a fifth round victory, they may already be able to solidify this map with 1 or 2 gun rounds pending in the other direction. Days going into the second half, your general thoughts for changes that NRG need to make just to try and round this comeback?
Oh well, I mean, it's always going to be when you try to make a big comeback like this, it's obviously going to start with the pistol, but they're not as out of it as you may think, right? If they win 3 in a row, they win the gun round on 4th round, then they save, that's 5, that's 12-8. Say they lose the following round 13-8, but they win the next round and reset them, they're right back in it. So it really only takes a few key rounds to really come back here, but it all starts with the pistol. This pistol, in my opinion, is pretty much a must.
And moving into it here too. Fugly actually holding back a bit, but Azur, his aggressive push has worked out to a certain degree. tabseN responding, however, gonna look to do a bit more, but across the map we see Yam holding, I believe, over towards Suicide there, but it's gonna be a short hold. Peter able to trade it back down, and Yusilla, who's been dinked down to 2 HP, has to fall over here behind the steps waiting for a hit. It's a bit shaky really on both ends of the map here, with neither team necessarily yielding a huge advantage, but NRG thought they got enough to push into the A-bomb, so they're gonna switch the hit up here. The Renegades know it's on the way, however, so they've got 2 already committed to this site, and they're ready to take duels, but however, Peter, nicely done, hops into the open and finds Ricky standing out, same position, way out there in the back. JKS holding the alleyway spot is going to find one, but he gets flash moving in, and they're going to be able to overwhelm him now. So it falls to Yustillo with 2 HP. He's going to have to try and clutch this out as he pushes his way up the ramp here too. Maybe able to find one of these guys up on top of it. He does, but unfortunately the shot does not connect in the way that he needs it to. And now they know exactly where he's playing from. These final 2 can play this together here and just look to figure him out and get that 1 bullet that is needed to shut him down. He'll look to play this as sneakily as possible for obvious reasons, getting up to the A site broken wall and lurking around it as they try to retreat over there towards the alleyway, but tabseN is going to be able to win the initial duel there, netting this pistol round for NRG and starting them here on the comeback track.
Yeah, I mean, great shot by Pete here to kill Ricky. That was very, very crucial. Istillo, if you notice something, though, that I really liked him doing is a lot of people panic after they get down to, like, 2 health. But he was just like, I mean, it's fine. I'm just going to play the stairs. It's just a headshot angle. It really doesn't matter if I have 2 health or 90, right? It's a solid spot. So I like that by them. But NRG's flash towards, I believe it was JKS as he was rounding that smoke, really won that round for them. That along with Pete's shot was the factors that were like the biggest impact plays to me.
Ooh. He's still hunting for the player in the corner there, and he's going to find it. Legia, as attempts to fall back, it's headshot out by Yustillo, knocking him down and bringing the NRG players with 1 less man. Yustillo still hunting for more that may be on that approach to the platform. Won't be finding anything at this time, however, but they're ready for a B hit. They've got 4 out of 5 of their players stacked here. Not only this, but Ricky's pushed all the way out from A, rounding around them here. Azur, perfect pop flash from his teammate. He's able to move right in there, pick up the kill on a Gabi, and evacuate before tabseN picks up the 2nd kill after knocking out JKS towards the window there. They've isolated it. In comes the flank from Ricky, but he's only got the USP. However, he's got a Zeus! He goes right in with it, picks up the kill on a tabseN. Now diving away back into drop. He's going to rely on teammates for it to get out of here, and it's going to work. A kill. Fugly trades it back in, but the confusion amongst it still allows the Renegades to close out this round, and they'll get a 13th.
Just a standard, flank with a Zeus, flank drop, jump around the corner, play there.
Steal the AK.
I don't know why you're so excited over that. I mean, it's so standard. But you see this at least like 3 times a match. Yeah, that was pretty awesome though. I mean, picks up the AK, throws the smoke there, NRG just forcing things, and when you get that opening pick or lose that opening man, it's really hard to like scout areas, right? So it's really easy to run into a stack. It's hard to have another person, watch the flank when you're trying to hit something, etc., etc.
And we can see here Ricky's going to be pressured early on, but manages those 2 players without any issues whatsoever. Gabi and tabseN both just get clothesline. Instant headshots from Ricky. Great spray control there. And now, more rounding around the corner, but he's able to aggressively push this. Problem is he runs into this flashbang and he trades out his gun, falling back. Peter will finally be able to knock him out, but a 3-for-1 trade is nothing to be ashamed of. And it's bought plenty of time, too, with him spotting the last 2 for more rotates to come in. Peter with the AK, though, still doing a bit of work here. He's picked up a 2nd, and that SMG is going to go into the hands of Legia. JKS pushes in, and a good reaction there. Almost loses his life, but is able to pick up the kill. It's all down to Peter now with the 3 kills to work with, 2 more to go. Crossing here was the important point, but Yustillo is going to shut it down, and it will give Renegades yet another round, 2 away from taking this map now.
14-4, commanding lead, NRG with a really, really poor buy right now. And that's a mistake you actually see a lot, right? You really think you have somebody on the run, like Ricky were there when he was rounding that corner, but at the end of the day, he gets unblind, he's ready for you, he hears you coming, it's pretty easy shots for him. You actually do need follow-up there. You need like another flashbang or something, because it can go wrong in more ways than just that. Like, he could have a teammate backing him up and things, and just shooting him while you're chasing him as well. So a common mistake that we actually see made quite a lot.
And so for the NRG roster here now, running at the end of their rope here, if they cannot pick up a round here and keep it consistent, things may be over pretty shortly. That's actually a really great nade. Does some excellent damage to Gabi as well as hitting a couple of the other players, who are stunning them up a bit. And Ricky actually just moving out in case they try to fall back off of this one, but obviously playing it a bit more safely as he falls into the A ramp there and back up to the site. Not wanting to run into 5 players and hand over another rifle, which they could use successfully here. And with tabseN having the only AK, if they can dispatch of that pretty quickly, it will make this round that much easier to try and shut down here, as they're now holding it back very passively, waiting for NRG to make the first move.
Yeah, and a lot of trust in Ricky there not to die and to make the right play. I mean, they've had 4B at the start of the round, both these past rounds. So he's able to get that info. Yam opting to be plat, has a ton of information. And nade falls a bit short, though, from killing Legia.
Fugly's also going to be able to pick up the kill here, too, onto JKS, who is holding over here towards long. Finding that frag there. Almost getting tagged back a bit, but the push out from, I believe it was Ricky, comes in a little bit too late for him to have any real effectiveness. Just taps him once or twice. NRG, though, the hesitation is really starting to get to them. At the very least, it's split up the Renegades roster, but now expecting something like this, they are going to be able to possibly counter this out unless Gabi moves in here. There's nobody watching in this direction of the site connector, so at the moment, he's walking in for free, and the rest of the team, they're pushing into this B-bomb site, but with Gabi having this flank, he could absolutely destroy the defense setup here. Moves in, bit messy on the spray, grabs the kill, with Leggy also picking up Yam. All of a sudden, it's a 4 versus 2 in the favor of NRG here. They've gotten back that control, and the Renegades actually seem to look like they're backing out here to save. Instead, they're not going to go for this. They're going to let NRG get the 5th round.
Yeah, and, you know, going down 4v5, there's just so many spots to watch, and it's so difficult to, you know, watch every single avenue of the map. Getting a great flank there by Gabi into connector from A. Just plays a little bit of fire on the clock. I think they planned it with about 7 seconds left. So if anything really went wrong there, could have been very dangerous. But instead, it goes all according to plan. Gabi gets a nice flank. They 4v1 the other guy at B. I believe he was at Coop. And easily take this round. And now 14-5, and Renegades' money is pretty poor here. So unless they opt to buy and get some deagle kills, looks like NRG is on the road to at least scrape together a handful of rounds here. Blue on their way to this comeback.
Trying to bring it back a little bit here, and with the cushion of rounds that they have, there's not really a valid reason for them to force up into this one. You still can afford to go for like the deagle purchase and whatnot, since he's sitting around like 3,400. He was the one player that probably could have forced, but the rest obviously are nowhere near that mark. So just looking to save here for the next one, since they still have like 9 rounds to go before NRG even tie it. This one, though, they're still going to try to play a bit more aggressively with the weapons they do have to work with, but Peter already knocking out one of their pistol players here. That's Ustilla with the deagle again, getting taken out of the picture, and will push Ricky back, who had gone into the mid connector there. And Nade's rolling in a drop, but as we can see, Gabi lurking underneath the corner. He does dink him, brings him down to 12 HP, but it's nowhere near enough to have the effectiveness to kill him.
Yeah, they were just ready for that. I actually thought he might have been able to lurk a kill. I didn't think they would know he's there, but Gabi able to get that frag, even though he goes down to 12 HP.
And as they move back here too, the Molotov's going to force Yam into the open, and follow-up flashbang too is perfect. Nothing he can do to respond to that one. Although JKS with this pistol, and what it causes a team kill amongst that too. Peter accidentally hits the shot of the Fugly as he pushes out too quickly. They're still in the round, but maybe 1 or 2 losses that they didn't intend to happen there.
Yeah. The USP doing work, Blue.
At the very least,
Blue, do you think you could beat, say, one of these guys, say tabseN on a map, if he only uses a Glock and you have like AK and M4, but no armor, no head armor?
Me, I don't have head armor.
No, neither of you do.
Probably not. No.
You think he'd be able to Glock you?
Probably, yeah.
Really? Even though you have an AK or an M4?
I mean, it might be a close match, but I still think he'd win.
Damn, but you have no confidence. You got to say you can wreck him.
Then it actually happens, and then that's where the embarrassment comes in. Just never put yourself out there to begin with. Oh,
Astillo is just a god. He just like runs around with a deagle so aggressively, man, and just wrecks.
Oh, and the double nade kill from Asser too. Drops it up there. That's Gabi and tabseN gone by the wayside. This is an eco round. And they've got this into a 5-on-2.
Yeah, a 5-on-2, and now Legia is going to have to pull off some magic, but JKS just close broken, takes him out along with Yam, and everything is going Renegade's way. And NRG, man, is that 2 anti-ecos now that they've lost on this T side?
Look at this. I don't know how the first player got lit up, but the second guy gets
both
dinked.
of them kept peeking, but the P250 just dinked them both, and they just Who has a nade there? What? We just bought a nade. This is the best purchase of a nade I've ever seen. Like, he's like, yeah, I'm going to save. I'm going to buy a P250 and an HE grenade and just save it for that long and just gets a double kill with it. Like, you never see that, man. We've seen some stuff that does not happen that often.
Zeus push, full flank with a USP outside, rounding around, missing the USP shots, and then switching to a Zeus. And now, well, Ricky, unfortunately, is going to get pushed pretty heavily. Peter following it up with an op shot. Down goes the ace defense. And all honestly, this may be a save already.
Yeah, it might be a save, but, you know, Renegades is playing so loose right now. Like, they're feeling good, man. They're, you know, they all got, like, the green light to make plays and things like that, especially with Istillo, as we see him just going hard, man. Just doing whatever he wants. And it just seems to work for him 9 times out of 10. So, Renegades looking on point right now. Going to be 15-7, but there's so many rounds that NRG is going to have to win now in a row. It's going to be such an uphill climb for them to really get back into this game and make us even believe that they could do this.
And we can see here now, Yam is just waiting for them to push back in. Thankfully, they're set up pretty well, so I don't imagine too many of these guys are going to get their guns dropped. NRG are still in a very delicate spot, so they're probably not even going to go hunting for that too much. We can see Tapson just stuck around to make sure the bomb didn't get ninja'd, but after it's safe, the rest are going to be outside here around the fountain area to make sure they actually keep their guns. You can see that money very, very low right now, so saving as many players as possible is going to ensure they can actually keep their buy at full strength from round to round here. Since they have a long way to go.
Double nade round, by the way, that Ricky had another Zeus.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did.
Just keeping it in the event it comes necessary.
I mean, yeah, why not?
It worked once.
Yeah. I used to try to Zeus all the time, but then I just like forgot about it.
I think Tarek is probably the person that buys it the most still.
Yeah.
He always buys it on eco rounds.
It's good.
We'll see again, NRG splitting up their initial push here. 2 of them going to be throwing out smokes and flashbangs over onto the B bomb site here just to make some noise, while the other 3 are already pushing into long A, 1 being kept outside of the mid connector there. But actually with no resistance on it, they're going to be allowed to get all the way up to that bomb site. The rest are going to move away here to regroup with that player at mid-connector so they can try to make this push. It's going to be very, very direct. But the Renegades, they've seen there's nothing on this site, so they moved a second player over here, and more are going to be on the way in a moment there. But there's that first kill, shutting out Ricky. The second man hiding below the A site. Broken Wall is going to have to try to defend this a little bit better. Catches the first one, he's blind. He actually doesn't finish off the kill, and he's got to duck away. Still finds it, but now he's trapped here in the corner. However, the cavalry's arrived. More on the way. Peter holding things with the up, though, is going to shut down Yam, and that'll cause some hesitation for these remaining CTs. They're not wanting to move out just yet. When they do, there's Azur dropping down from the balcony. He's going to be able to grab Tapson 3-on-3. It's an even battle. The problem is NRG have been batted off this site. They need to battle back for it here. They'll pick up that first kill. Azur trying to get a better position. He won't be able to find it as they're all shifted away from this one. Ustillo waiting for the peek from him. Peter's lined up for that. Nicely played. And Legia with the closeout. NRG slowed things down. They wait for the peeks from the Renegades, and it works perfectly for them.
Oh yeah, that was beautifully played by them. You know, Ricky getting caught off guard, not realizing they're in those long A halls right away like that. And the rotate comes, nobody's watching it, just gets shot in the back. I think it was JKS on the site there, stayed alive, got that kill for a while, but NRG smartly, just like you said, Blue, slowed it down, waited for the rotate to overextend, and as soon as they overextended, they punished it and took that round pretty methodically after a very quick take.
And so now it'll break the CT side again, going back over here to pretty much a full eco, with the exception of Azur buying up armor, and everybody else is picking up some pretty pistols here. Nice drop Molotov forces Azur into the open. They're not taking any risks on it this time. 2 of them are going to fall back over here inside of Suicide. Ricky actually wanting to contest it a bit, but he's going to meet his own death with that. No support available here. JKS goes down, and this one is pretty much going to be a one-sided round here. Unfortunately for Still and Yaml, they may be able to sneak off 1 or 2 kills. I don't imagine this happening in a 2v5, especially with these guys not having any utility at all.
Yeah, so 15-9. Renegades will get a full buy coming up on this next round, I believe, though. So we'll see if NRG can get into double digits here. Yam just trying to look for an exit with that Forest Knight. Souvenir one, Blue.
Okay.
Just
souvenir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just high quality.
How much is that worth?
Well, 80 cents.
That's doesn't sound high quality at all. Whose signature's on it? I think it's his. It looks like it.
What a conceited guy.
It's on the front of the gun. I know that.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, he's going to lose that gun. Fugly's going to take him down, and now Ustillo will look to hunt with the Eagle. Have been pretty successful with it so far, but this all comes down to the luck of finding someone not peeking him out in the open here. Finds it though. There's the first shot. Not a full kill though. Tucks away and gets another shot, but Fugly's going to headshot him.
All right, Boo, another question for you.
What?
You join Renegades for this next upcoming match on Mirage.
Oh, God.
Okay, you replace Astillo. How much DAR do you get?
How much what?
DAR, damage round.
Oh. Like, probably like 20.
20?
Yeah, dude.
Oh my God, Blue. 20?
Not even that.
That's it?
Have you seen my stats? They're really bad.
They're really bad. Oh, man.
And then you put me against pros, and it just like... First of all, I get like really nervous.
You would?
Especially if it was streamed, dude.
You would? You get nervous?
Dude. I'd start like sweating and stuff. Like my hands would get all sweaty. I wouldn't be able to aim at all.
Oh, man.
It wouldn't go well. I'll say that much. So, NRG are now trying to see if they can keep this going. The ultimate problem, however, is that at any given time, as Renegades have now been on 15 rounds for I think like 3 or 4 in a row here, they win one round and it's all over. So they just have to make sure they can close it out here. And NRG obviously have to keep this train going, but it could end at any time as they're taking this slowly. And the Renegades are actually being very forward with their positioning right now, especially on the A-bomb side. They've got JKS and Suicide as they're holding a close corner outside of the ramp area. And Ricky's even pushed up pretty well over here on the A side. So they're going to contest this pretty quickly. And I mean, B side, they've got a player watching drop. There we go, though. Nice setup with the 3 players at log, and it works out to find their first kill. They're going to try to shuffle out here, but Yam is ready for it. If they don't smoke this area out or flash him, he might have the free kill here. And there you go, walking right out. There's Yam's pickup. You actually think it's hit there as he tries to fall back. So they bring him down low, but there's a good flashbang. He still is going to be able to do more damage after they lose Azur. Yam just keeps getting these kills, though. Peter gets knocked out now, and he's still waiting for more than a push out. There's the bomb down on the ground. It's all Gabi with 11 HP, and he still is going to shut it out. So the Renegades finally close this match, and they'll take control of it. Going 1-0 for the evening, but still one map to come, of course.
Yeah, and Yam getting that position, that aggressive position on the B plat is so problematic for the T's. He's able to control that. He's able to even really help very easily on E-Box, by the way. When you're on that platform behind that box, obviously we didn't see it happen because he got 1 kill, got lagged, but spotted exactly what was happening instantly and went back to the site. But it's very problematic because that player has so much information. And when you get a player like that, in that spot, I actually think Cobble can become very CT-sided. So NRG needed to deal with that efficiently. They weren't able to do it, especially going into that 4v5 where they had 3 towards A. Remember, to get that opening pick, very problematic for NRG.
All right, guys, so we have the analysts waiting for us back over at the analysis desk to break down this game. Let's send it over to them to talk about this map over here in Cobble.
Yeah, there you have it. That's going to be Renegades really putting a hurting on NRG Esports' chances to make it into the playoff final. NRG definitely going to have to try to take this next map if they want to, continue their push towards the playoffs. But a really big round, Ryu, was round 11, where it was a 3v5 win for Renegades. Wasn't expecting them to come back in this round.
Yeah, we talked about this type of thing in the Immortals series. When you have so much firepower, even when you're down a man, you know that you can get a couple kills and even it out. And this just gets played really poorly from NRG. They actually peek. I think it's a guy near the rock, just kind of in the open, gets picked off by Ricky here, and the round just kind of collapses, ends up with Ricky and Fugly in a 1v1. The first half, it seemed like there was just no control of platform. Like what Daze was just talking about, Yam in that position up on platform is so strong and so powerful, and Renegades were just using some early utility, throwing some mollies on the stairs, getting control of it. You still would run across platform and just picking a B site basically for free. I actually think Peter was probably super tilted in that first match because they almost never went to his site when he had an op. He was almost always at A, and I think the one round he brought the op towards B, they actually like caught him off guard. He didn't have any support from his teammates with utility or anything like that. It's very uncommon to see a team where you can win a round or defend a round just by using good grenades. NRG is usually that team that says, okay, when a team's going to rush platform, I'm going to double nade it or I'm going to flash it and keep them off the platform. And they didn't have an answer for it in the first half. And then in the second half, they got ecoed twice. NRG gets ecoed twice.
Yeah, big one was round 17 after they won the pistol round.
Yep, and that's really what killed them. Like a 12-3 on Cobble, we've seen that comeback happen so many times that it's like, yeah, it's a bad half, but it's not end of world kind of bad. They win the second half pistol, and then they just get ecoed. And it happened again just a few rounds later, and that seemed to be really what sealed the deal.
It really was. And this round, and then again, we're talking about round 11, it's like that was a totally manageable comeback. It was 9-1 at that time. Possibly could have made that one a doable, even if it was 12-3 or anything like that. Like you're saying, I was expecting possibly like 10-5 if they were able to win that round. So
yeah, they probably would have had a 10-5, and if they don't lose this eco round, they don't lose the other eco round. This match is still probably happening, and it's like 13-10, 13-11, and NRG's making a comeback. I have to say that the noise when you get Zeused is so funny. Just hearing that noise just made me laugh. It's embarrassing. We actually went around once using nothing but Zeus's, which became like a pretty famous clip, which is really funny. But just hearing like Tapson's got to be so mad that he's taking this fight. This guy's pistoling him, then just runs at him with the Zeus, and he gets tased and dies. Like that's extremely demoralizing. So if you're NRG right now, you just need to like put that map behind you. I think God B had a really poor performance, so maybe take 5-10 minutes real quick in this break, deathmatch, maybe kind of get that all out of your system, and then come back and take a map on
a little
Mirage.
water on the face, whatever you got to do to kind of wake yourself
go out,
up.
have some fresh air. I know that the whole team, I think they're one of the teams that's also been very like sports nutrition, fitness has been a big focus for them. So I was going to say, like, I think some of those guys smoke, maybe go outside and have a cigarette, but smoking is bad, kids. So don't do it. So hopefully goes out, has some fresh, clean, non-smoker air, and comes back and bounces back and plays better on Mirage.
All right, guys, well, Cobble's a wrap, but I want to give a shout out to the Score Esports. Make sure you take out your phone, iOS or Android device. Check it out in the Google Play App Store. It is the single best place for news and stats. And don't go anywhere. It's going to be the second map between NRG Esports and Renegades after the break.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
I'm back! Now that Kinguin has partnered with ESL Pro League, you have even more of a reason to buy the skins you need. No one has a bigger selection of CSGO products. Buy CSGO cases from your favorite players and events, including the ESL Pro League case. Buy and sell skins on skins.kinguin.net. Check it now!
Okay, tags up. One. He's going to get... Oh! I'm starting to believe as well, Henry, because he's got to take inflation. Oh! Fallen! Stop blowing my mind! This is going to be absolute madness.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back for the final map of the evening. Once again, it's still going to be the Renegades taking on NRG, and it'll be live here on Mirage. Teams are already ready to start, so we should be getting into the map at any moment, but Days going into Mirage now, things that hopefully NRG now need to change to be able to actually win this map and make sure they still keep their chances of a higher seed against Team Liquid alive.
Yeah, they gotta come out and play.
Yeah, pretty much.
And not lose every anti-eco. Blue, I want to know, I got a question for you.
What? You guys are playing against pro?
Yes, SV Unlimited Ammo 1 is on. Okay? Do you know what that does?
Yeah.
You never have to reload, and if you throw an aid, you just have another one.
Yeah.
Tabson plays against you and can only throw HE grenades. Can you beat him?
I could beat him in that.
You think so?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a challenge.
That's something I can beat.
He can only throw HE grenades.
Yeah, he only can throw HE grenades.
Yeah.
Because I can just walk around
But
him.
you
and
can't throw nades.
I can just knife him every single time.
If you say so. HE grenades and a knife, then he can knife too.
Okay. Yeah, I can still beat him there.
Okay.
That's like anyone can beat anyone with that. That's just like
I think you'd lose.
That's just like basic movement.
I think you'd lose.
All right, well, let's get into this match now. This is definitely going to end up me having to do this, definitely. But I'll see Fugly pick up the first kill onto Yam. And Renegades falling back a little bit here, too, to regroup after Yam's been knocked out. Bomb, I think, is that... They lost the bomb, actually. Look at this.
Yeah, bomb is outside of a ramp, and they have complete control over it.
Why did
and
Yam
there's
go
no
first?
nades on Renegades as well.
Peter's going to be able to get this first easy kill there, too. Ricky just walks right into him, tabs him with the second. JKS getting knocked out there, too. And wow, this round fell apart really quickly. That's going to be an easy start for NRG. That's an easy gift handed to them.
Exactly. It was just a gift. It was just a gift wrapped in a C4. Just wires.
Nice explosive gift.
Yeah, an explosive gift.
There you
That
go.
sounds... I'm not even going to go there, Blue. Not even going to go there. But anyways, I'm glad to know you could beat Tabson if he only has HE grenades and a knife. He can put head armor though, but that doesn't really matter because you showed me your ESEA stats, and you've yet to your last 3 games you've gotten 1 headshot in like 35 kills. I've never seen a lower headshot
I don't know if
percentage.
it's that bad.
I thought you were just an opper, but you said you don't even op. I don't know how that's possible.
Apparently my sense is really high comparatively to pros, so that might explain it apparently. But yeah, just
also,
awful.
I mean, your sense is really high. Maybe your hand-eye coordination is not so high. Pretty low.
Well, Azur's going to be able to push himself inside of here in the early push. Drops Tabson, picking up that kill there too. And we do see the Renegades getting control of mid here. Not moving out of it just yet, as this tends to be the hot spot where CTs can kind of yield a little bit of control. Getting into the actual site here is where they might run into a little bit of trouble, but we get to see how that is going to happen. As NRG, specifically Gabi here too, they're being allowed to push out quite heavily from the sites. Legia, nicely done, just watching the murder hole there, making sure that nobody goes across on that one. Shuts down Azur, and JKS is going to try to stay here and catch any other plays that move in to hold a better position on this site. But slowly now, Renegades are going to move in. They need to take control. JKS with a nice hop across there, retrieves the M4, and they get control here. And it looks like they should be able to get this bomb on the ground as NRG move in for the retake.
Yeah, and Gabi gave them a really good flank there to really isolate all the Renegades players, and they know exactly where they are. So that made it a pretty easy retake. Renegades had an opening though, but they weren't able to capitalize on it. They went a little bit too slow comparison to how fast Gabi was flanking and taking control of the entire map. So even though it was 4v5, NRG had the read on it. They had the information plays, and they were able to win that round pretty cleanly. After what was scary, man, it looked like they were going back into what happened on Cobble, where they just win, the pistol, they put them on Nico, and then they just lose the round immediately. So looking a lot better for them on Mirage so far.
They do get control of it this time. And now the Renegades will have to start from the bottom of the pack on this one, as they will look to actually push out towards top mid pretty quickly here. Similarly to that last round, but a lot more direct than we saw previously. And obviously, much less firepower this time. Peter looking to hunt those players that move out. Missing the shot, however, and this will give them control. Trying to shoot him through the wall a little bit if he can. Not going to be found here as of yet. Now, there we go. There's the first pickup, but it's with a grenade, actually. Shutting down Azur, taking him down, and just really trying to condense the T's into this middle area. But they're not watching out for a T ramp push, so we actually do have, I believe it's Yam, pushing his way around the site, and there's literally nobody watching for it. So he walks right up. Tabson moves in at the very least to get the trade, but now he's alone over here. Thankfully, reinforcements arrive from over there on Cat. They are able to contain it and shut down the rest of the hit. Nicely recovered from NRG after that little bit of a slip-up letting. I believe that was Yam push in over there from T ramp.
Yeah, but after that smoke break that Ryu said kids don't smoke because it's bad for you. But do you know what's not bad for you, Blue?
What?
Delicious, nutritious Soylent. That is not bad for you.
No, it's not.
Yeah, so don't smoke, drink Soylent.
It's the world's easiest meal.
Is it saying eating or drinking Soylent?
Drinking. It's like a drink. It's like milk. This is kind of what it tastes like. Peter finding Istillo, trying to push his way. Actually, a really nice timing shot from him. Grabs Istillo there as he tries to push his way up highway, knocking him out, and A little bit of confusion as they move in, and Taps is going to get the kill, but he doesn't have his gun out anymore. Pulls out the grenade, and we are going to see another kill for the T side there. Fugly almost picking one up here too against JKS, but then the trade rolls back in, and we do see Renegades getting a somewhat uneasy amount of control here on this site. Unfortunately, it's not going to last long as Leggy gets a nice op shot through the box to finish off JKS.
Yeah, just the fake worked perfectly there, though, for Renegades. That one cat smoke, everybody on NRG started rotating to even open up this A site. So very undisciplined from NRG there. Now they're put in a pretty, good spot still because the kills went their way, but Yam has to come up big from Tetris.
Ooh. Ricky trying to get himself out of here now too. Legia jumping across, gets one with the op, and this becomes an op-on-op duel. Now he's going to jump onto it, gets the smoke onto the ground. Where's the resistance? The shot's coming in, but none of them are hitting! And he's going to be able to grab the defuse, but way before Ricky even gets that kill. NRG keep themselves going, and they're up 4-0 now.
Yeah, they are up 4-0. A round that I did not think they were going to win. Like, the way they rotated just off that one cat smoke, and I believe it was Ustillo running up catwalk there, it was just a full rotate. Just a full rotate. They completely left A. Allowed them to put into, I believe it was a 3v3, but the bomb planter dying there, and then the opera being stuck in halls, not able to kill out the... it's not a ninja defuse when they go into a smoke though, blue. But everybody still calls it a ninja defuse.
It's just easier than having like 5 different terms for defuses, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Peter.
But it's not a ninja defuse.
It's not, but honestly, people just need to chill out with that. It's fine if we call it a ninja defuse. It's fine.
No, it's not fine,
It's
Blue.
fine.
He defused in a smoke.
Azur is going to spray down here, but a big surprise from Tabson as he pushes down the steps itself. Peter responds, and with that, it brings it down to just 2 for the Renegades grouping up outside of the back B halls.
Yeah, and Renegades, they're going for this type of play style where they're pretty direct. They're taking a lot of gun battles. It's not too slow or anything like that. And NRG just looking like a completely different team than we've seen on Cobble. I mean, consistently winning the opening duels. Consistently not just folding like lawn chairs when Estillo runs at them and frags out, right? So much, much different this game here on Mirage.
And as we take a look now at how exactly Renegades are going to look to try and do something about this 2-on-5, unfortunately, with 30 seconds on the clock, there's not a lot of, they can't really hold a lot of hesitation if they're even going to go for anything at this point. With the time getting lower and lower, it is leading into them more than likely falling into these hulls again to try and save, but there will be some resistance moving in from Gabi now pushing into the apartments. However, he might just run right into Yam here too if he tries to resist that one. The leap in, that doesn't work too well. Yam's going to be able to hold off at least with his first kill. Hunting for more though, not initially looking at Legia. That's where the pickup will come in, and now Ricky having to survive on this one, creeping back out, using the smoke to his advantage, going the right way, so I think he should be good, but if he sticks around and gets too greedy about this is where he could meet his demise, but yields him yet another kill against Tabson, doing some damage there. They keep the op, but that's the only gun they keep heading off that round.
Yeah, we'll see if they buy here or not. A lot of teams would like to buy off this op. Maybe they Tech 9 armor because they should be in the money bonus right now. So it looks like they will do Tech 9 armor, and even if they lose this round, they could buy the next. Quite a few smokes on them, so they have options here. They'll probably wait for Ricky to try to get a pick, and then if anything happens off that, or if nothing happens off that, they could go into any type of smoke exec they want.
And we can see that the Renegades are going to actually shift themselves, at least initially here too, as they're trying to creep up over there into the apartments a little bit. And the rest, again, are just hiding out outside of these sites too. Hunting out for any of those early mistakes against NRG. Not finding them, of course. NRG playing this back quite cautiously, not taking any risks. You've got Tabson in a pretty safe spot over here by window to watch out for pushes in this direction, but not going too boldly against it currently. As Yam is the only other player that's really sitting close to his side here. Peeked out sort of to catch any of the players that will be on platform. Nothing there, though. And at the moment, Renegades are just pulling out a bunch of blanks as they try to check some of these earlier positions the CTs could have been in. But it's also giving them control because of NRG's decision to hold back passively. So Azur slowly sneaking himself back up there now as they will form this into an A hit. Moving into this direction. Now wrapping around the corner. You've got Fugly over here by Firebox and Peter holding the ticket position, but they're going to need to really explode out onto this bomb site with the little bit of utility they do have. NRG have let them get into a position to activate the hit, and there you go. Ricky finding the first hit with the op itself. That's Tabson getting knocked out there in window. They know it's coming now, but Ricky doing work with this op. He finds a second one. Fugly is the last big player that can actually affect this back over here in Firebox. He's waiting for the hit, grabs that first one, loses half of his HP in it though, and that's the only kill he's going to be able to get. The immediate trade comes out from JKS. Ricky again finding another kill with this op to work with, and now Legia trying to push out the op, finally missing a shot. shot. He actually tries to go for the second player because he knows that Azur has to pull out a second weapon, or apologies, that Ricky has to pull out the second weapon, but still, Azur takes him down anyway, and he only gets one more kill there.
And just when you're Fugly here and all your teammates die, like you're in a spot right there where it's not a bad spot to play by any means, but you actually really do need your teammates to show up and get like one kill and take the initial contact. And then at that point you can multi-frag. But if you're in that spot trying to hold where it's like a 1v5 take, like it's very difficult to multi-frag there because you just have no freedom of movement, unfortunately for Fugly. And now NRG, after winning 5 rounds in a row, lose to Ricky's up and a couple Tech 9s, you know, smokes and half armor. Now they're put on a save. So they will be able to buy up this next upcoming round, but it's looking like Renegades just got right back into this half and could take a pretty big lead here if they win this following gun round.
Still with a little bit of room to recover for this one, though, but the round's not necessarily going to be the hardest one in the world to try and pick back up, as we've already seen them knocking out 2 out of 5 of the players here. The only one that's left standing in the A-bomb site is, again, Renegade just move in to form the hit here is going to be Tabson. And with that little USP is obviously not going to last for very long. Leggy and Fugly are the last 2 up and running, but are both still fully committed to the B-bomb site. No sign of rotation anytime soon, and with essentially 0 damage done to everybody on the Renegade side, as you said, this is an easy path for the Renegades to find their way back into this match, as they will definitely be picking up a second round here.
Yeah, and it'll be 5-2, and if they win this following round, it'll be 5-3. And NRG will probably be on 2 ecos, I would assume. They would probably save twice, which would put it to like 5-5, and Renegades would probably have a lot of money. So this round is very, very important for NRG. For Renegades, it's actually not as important. Like they're still going to be able to buy the following round for sure. But for NRG, this round is actually pretty critical if they want to keep this half going in the direction that it has been going since that slip up, losing to Ricky Loff right there.
The Molotovs moving their way back out over here too into the connector to try and force away as they're trying to tell the illusion there. They are going for that early top mid control. Won't be happening, however. NRG are not really resisting it that much anyway, so it's not too big of a deal as they split most of their players, with 3 of them working their way over here into the A-bomb site and the other 2 playing just outside of the apartments here on B, trying to stop a much more aggressive push in that direction. They've even put Leggy up, waiting for these guys to move in. He's got that little, as you can see, he can see that very small tiny crevice of players that may be lurking in from outside there.
Yeah, and it's a lot of information, and you know, Renegades, from what I've seen, like they like to hit B on Cobble, and honestly, if they're anything like that on Mirage, like they'd probably like to hit A on Mirage, you know. So it wouldn't surprise me if they do like consistent A takes over here on Mirage, which it looks like we've seen a steady stream of it onto this site, you know, so far this game.
They're still slowly sort of forming into that type of a hit once again, but NRG put a lot more resistance on it this time, and have already found Yustillo to be able to knock him out. They'll move up now over here towards connector. Flashbangs move in. They're not successful though. Tabson still, they should know that he's sitting somewhere here in the connector, and Azur kind of systematically coming up. He doesn't check that left side. It's going to be a free kill for Tabson. Good response from Azur at the very least. Knocks a little bit more of his HP off the Molotov underneath though. That's going to force Fugly out, and a flash drops right into his face. Perfectly played to knock him out of the equation here. Peter, the great op shot though, takes down JKS from at range, finds a second one from within the jungle there. It's brought it down just to Yam. And as he tries to close out on this one, he's still got 3 more shots to go to close this one out. And when he finally peeks out to Peter, he'll win the battle. A 4K for Peter and a 6th round for NRG.
Yeah, big round by Pete. Gets that opener on Cat, I believe. No, it was middle right there. Nice shot onto a Stillo. And then taps in. AZR does not check the angle. Gets pretty much a freebie there. Pete closes the round after that from jungle. Really, it's always just really difficult on Mirage, even though they got that like kill on Fugly, to actually take the site against like a good team who's playing back towards like jungle and stairs and CT spawn. Once you have like no utility to deal with it, if you don't have like the smoke grenades and the Molotovs to really push them back there, it's just so difficult against a disciplined team because you know you're going to be going into oppers, you know you're going to be going to disadvantage angles. It's very difficult to even plant the wall.
And the Renegades now slowly starting to push their way out onto this one as well. Flash comes out. 2 op shots immediately ring true now that NRG have this double upset of 2 things. They're going to get even more difficult. The Renegades trying to brute force their way out here towards mid still. That's going to fail utterly. And we will see as well Leggy being boosted up on top of the bricks here. Waiting for it. Grabs it. 4 op kills, 2 between the oppers, of course.
And it's a shooting gallery.
Pretty much, yeah.
You ever played Duck Hunt?
Yeah, I have actually.
It's like Duck Hunt. They're just flying across the screen. They're just not even shooting back. They're not flashing you. Nothing. You're just pow, 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 pow. I mean, just super easy kills for Pete and Legia. I mean, didn't even flash off Catwalk. Legia with an aggressive peek. All they're doing is like that top mid smoke and not giving much respect to the oppers of NRG, you know, not making it difficult on them, not throwing like a window smoke from B halls or anything crazy like that, you know, just top mid smoke, trying to jump across, and they're getting punished for it each and every time.
Yamas trying to slowly sort of sneak into this site to, at the very least, I imagine, get a plant going here, but he's even hesitant to clear out areas like bench and whatnot, and Legia just slowly waiting for it. He's even going to peek it while it works, I guess. Yam walks right out there, shuts out Legia, finding at least one pickup, but there's a whole lot more to go, and there's a storm of brewing as everybody from NRG is rotating in really quickly. One player is going to be in the apartments, two are moving in, I believe, from Arches over there, and then one's coming into Market, too. He's going to chase the player, I believe, in Market a little bit as he tries to wrap over towards the entryway. This player has not moved in, though, so Yam can actually get a position, but he's essentially yielding the site for free, and he's smoked out his own window position. So he's not going to be too well held if he decides to proceed forward into there, and eventually that player lurking in from the apartments just knocks him out anyway. So there you go. Gets the plant, but that's about it. And NRG beyond that shutout this round.
Oh, that's exactly how you want to play it, though. That was picture perfect by them. They had the bulk of their attack on Catwalk. They let the Market guy just stay there and contain while the B player pushes in to basically find out all the information. So everybody kind of holds, you chill, you wait for Tabson to get the information. And once he gives you the go-ahead, he finds out where he is or whatever, then you can all pinch on your spots. Makes it almost impossible for him to win the round.
Yeah.
So that was actually really well played by them. They kind of conceded the plan of B, and they let him get into that situation, which I don't really agree with in any type of a 5v1. I actually think they should have had another player maybe around Market or something like that. But, you know, I mean, at the end of the day, they win the round and they only give up one gun and a bomb plant. So I'm sure they're happy with that.
And we go into another pause here now. Assumably from the Renegades side of things, are currently just not really working out for them. Money, I don't think, is really great either. Yeah, they're not really sitting at most or a really great amount for a lot of their players. So could lead this into half by round here and then investing on the next round. So need to take the pause to figure out, you know, what exactly they can do, because despite these one or two pickups, a lot of their strategies haven't been working.
Yeah, and I mean, they're just constantly having, you know, deaths that are untradeable. Deaths that are pretty much things that, like, you know, you're just dying at the start of the round, jumping out while an opera's posted. I mean, what can you say, man? Like, you just got to stop doing that. I don't know what to tell you. You got to throw some flashbangs behind you when you jump to flash off that catwalk angle. You got to, you know, just be more careful, be more strategic, be more methodical about middle. If you're not able to do it, get it done with a top mid smoke. Throw the window smoke from B, you know, with the top mid smoke if you want, or no top mid smoke. Wait for underpass guys, put an op posted there. If a CT op peeks underpass, you could kill him, and just take it more methodically, because, you know, what you're doing now where you're just like hoping they don't hit you, giving no respect for the NRG ops is obviously not working. And
they're trying to like slowly creep into some of these positions here too, as they're very light on the utility usage and whatnot. And also, I mean, as far as like strats and whatnot are concerned, it's not very advanced one. It's very basic for the most part, hitting the same zones a lot of the time. And it's
absolutely
very readable for the NRG roster.
Oh, I mean, if I was playing against Renegades, I mean, this is just like Mirage. It seems like all you want to do is go through connector. You know, I mean, if you get like a guy kind of pushed up at B, like, you know, like you had with an op, and get God B pushed up there, and then you could rotate off or something. You could easily just like overplay A so much, and then on Cobble as well, they hit B like almost every single round. I mean, those type of adjustments they might not make because, you know, they think they're the better team and don't need to. As Renegade just goes through middle and just destroys.
A very fast play from these guys, and certainly using a bit more utility this time to make that possible. However, it is still evenly traded. It goes down to a 3 versus 3, but Renegades are spread all across here now, and there's players lurking. As you can see, Stillo hops his way into the window room, takes down Legia, trying to rotate from Market. Now they've got the edge on them here, and Fugly, he's going to try to change that, but at 42 HP, he cannot be too aggressive as he's still waiting for Gabi to rotate, I believe, through underpass currently. He's a long way apart from actually being able to help out with this retake in itself. So Fugly needs to make sure he does not lose his light before this. Flashbang's perfect, though. Tossed over towards Ticket, and in the meantime, Fugly's just walking out into the open. Azur is even going to walk right out through that smoke, shut down Gob B, and that'll be a team ace to lead to Renegade's third round.
Yeah, and a good recognition by Stillo to know that the cat player is dead. Jumping into that window immediately, that timing is so difficult to account for as a CT when they go through window that fast, you know, because obviously you expect people to boost up. It takes a lot longer. He just goes through catwalk. You get the catwalk kill, you get the connector kill or whatever. You know it's pretty much open, just jumps through there, and that was a really good play by him.
Renegades now moving themselves actually a bit different this time, shying away from a little bit more of that mid-pressure, still smoking it out and whatnot, but 4 or 5 of their guys are already pushing up to the apartments, and there is no one from NRG here to stop this. They're all focused on A site and mid, so this is actually pretty much going to be a walk-on for the Renegades. They're not going to find any resistance here at all, and it's going to be a free plant.
Yeah, a free plant should be a very easy round win for them. It seems like, I don't know, man. I feel like when we're watching them on these past 2 maps, they'll go A, and then on their anti-eco rounds, they'll go B on Mirage. On Cobble, they'll just go B, go B, go B. On their anti-eco rounds, go A, right? It seemed like that was kind of like the... that seems like what I'm seeing.
The go-to sort of strat. At the moment here, it's battling them back a little bit. They're not having any problem at all handling these players in the anti-eco scenario at all. So everybody survives. Everybody picks up some, well, pretty much everybody picks up some kills there. So they'll be able to find a 4th round off of that one, being able to build up their economy a bit, which has been a contention point for them. As they've only picked up these like 2 little chains together. Been good at finding plants and whatnot. It hasn't been that issue. It's been closing out due to the numbers problem that they've been suffering from here. It's part of the reason why NRG still has the lead. But battling it back now, 7-4, still leads itself into being a very close game. If they can keep a scoreline like this towards the end of the half. But now, changing up the game plan once again. Very, very fast out onto the ace. So they're going to waste no time at all. Thugly's still trying to nade things out by the time he gets knocked out. Tapson's able to respond from up over here, and he actually dives into the sandwich. No one's seen him. He's going to pop right out there, but the poor tracing on the 2nd kill is going to lead to his own death. Knocked out by JKS. Yam gets a bit too aggressive, though, and is taken down at range from a USP out from Legia there. NRG has the advantage in a 3 versus 2, but with Legia at 1 HP, that could very quickly go in the other direction.
Yes, they can, and they're going to wait on this flank and try to contain here. But AZR has a really good positioning in connector. We'll see if Pete knows that he's there. I think he does. Great kill onto him, and now JKS has a very tall task ahead of him.
It's completely surrounded too, and trying to change up his own position to get aggressive on Peter. That flank is going to explode at a palace in a minute, but it's not even needed. Peter just handles the last 1 versus 1 perfectly, and they will be able to pick up an 8th round here now. I think Renegades will still have enough cash to be able to go for the buy in the next round. Yeah, they should be well off enough with the losing bonus they'll get here, but still, NRG finding that 8th round now, and if they can just continue forward again, 11-4 is certainly not going to be the half the Renegades want to work with.
No, not the half they're hoping for, but they don't waver in their strategy, right? It's generally very quick plays, 4-1s, things like that. Not really working things too slowly, except for the round that they won when they had the op and the Tech 9s. So they opt for pretty quick plays here, and they're able to buy up again. So op on Ricky, 1 player towards middle, 3 towards B, and then 1 towards A round.
And the smokes and Molotovs too is actually going to block off Ustillo from getting out onto Cat. Perfectly played. He runs into the tunnel of smokes there, and by the time that Molotov goes in, he's got no way out besides into the off of Peter. The rest are going to try to execute here now too. Gabi caught a little bit off guard from it, but still doing damage with the Molotov. Azur, though, is going to pick up 2, but Gabi, the 2 remaining players from Renegades, out on that sight line right up for him. JKS and Azur get knocked out, and it's just on Ricky and Yam, who are both stuck in the apartments right now. All rotations have arrived. They're all stuck here. Yam's even got to just jump down onto the site to be able to retrieve the bomb, as it was fully committed a moment ago, and it's not even in a really great spot. It's out in the open here a bit. Thankfully, NRG are playing it more passively, so they'll be able to retrieve it without too much repercussions to this one, but still, they're already ready to push back into the site at a moment's notice here. Ricky looking to hold with the op, and he unscopes just as the cross comes in for Gabi. That causes him to lose his teammate, and now they know exactly where he is. He's alone. Fug's going to take him down from Market, and that will end this round. A 9th going onto the board as NRG retake control very quickly.
Yeah, retakes control 9-4, and it's shaping up to be a really good half for the NRG guys. Pete 14-5, really doing work over there. Seeing a lot more action on this map than he was on Cobble on their CT side.
This is going to be here too. It loses Legia when he tries to wrap back in, but does a nice job of picking up the last 2, and that I think leads it into a very secure position to be able to close out the round in the 4v2 as the others kind of box things in from the Cat spot and over there in Market.
Yeah, and that shot hasn't been working out for him. They send Ustillo solo Cat, and then they either split B or A off of it. Neither round has been successful for them, and not even close to being successful on that attempt.
Now Peter just waiting for the eventual push out here from top mid again. No initial smokes and whatnot have been tossed out from the Renegades just yet, but we're waiting to see now if they're going to go for it here. There's that first pickup smoke. Tossed down over from T-Spawn, I do believe, and obviously he won't be able to pick up too much from that other angle, but he is going to wait for it here and actually plays it safely with all the time that's passed by due to the possibilities you saw there a moment ago from Azur having possibly pushed up close to where he could surprise him. Just smokes it off and falls back a bit here to wait and see if they're going to execute onto the site anytime soon.
Yeah, playing a dangerous game here around Connector, though. Misses that shot. Definitely should have been a kill, though. Smartly falls back. Gives them the connector area, but shooting down from Catwalk has got B, but they get that kill. Looks like they're still opting to split A, though.
As they move in, however, Fugly's kind of stuck in the middle of this site, but it's working. He's got support in the back from Tabson. They're holding it. Fugly does get knocked out. Tabson's still here, though, and not only that, but Peter holding back all favor by the murder hole. We will see Tabson get knocked out, but I mean, it's JKS here now, and he's up against the 2 ops. He's got no utility. A single peek will work, and there you have it. Peter's the one to do it. He'll pick up the kill and the 10th round here for NRG.
Yeah, and that round, NRG completely overplayed A. I mean, Legia was there, you know, looking from, or got B was from Catwalk. Legia early rotated off of Market. And that round, they got the read. You know, they said, hey, they're just going A every single gun round. The only time they went B is off that little cat split that they did that, you know, didn't work out for them at all. So after that happens, basically, oh, you try that cat split, it fails at B, of course you're going to go back to A. You know, so they come back to A and they're just like, yeah, just completely overplay it. They do, and it works out for them.
And they are going to move in here really quickly, too, trying to shut things down. There's the first pickup from Azure. The second one, too. Shock strategies tending to work pretty well here for the Renegades. They move in and immediately neutralize the natural defenses. Everybody else from NRG is going to try to rotate back around here, but they're all stuck outside a ticket. They're smoked out. Now, they've got plenty of utility to try and battle their way back in, but that doesn't mean it's going to be successful. They've got to watch flanks and everything else here. Ricky catches the HG grenade tossed out from Gabi. Dinks a second player before getting knocked out. That's Legia, now down at 19. So this goes into a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, not only that, but they know both players are CT spawn. So this is almost an impossible task for the NRG guys.
And already, like, yeah, just getting destroyed, but he tries to go up on ticket, and he still grabs both of the final kills. So NRG get up to double digits, but they cannot go all the way to 11-4. That's going to close out our first half, guys. Second half is coming up in just a little bit. NRG showing up a lot better this time. We'll have to see if they can continue it here on the other side of the map. Stick around for more here at the ESL Pro League.
He's going to get the 1 kill in that bomb. Coming down to the side. FNX has to stay up. Joe! He gets the triple FNX! Oh my god, what a way to win that round! They don't have a smoke, so this orb is still... Oh! Love that!
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Soylent, Xfinity, Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, The Score Esports, Mountain Dew, and ESEA.
And we bring it back to you, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time this evening here to go into the second half of Mirage now between NRG and RNG, the Renegades, here on our second map tonight. We've already seen the Renegades pick up 1. They're playing a bit of a shutdown game against NRG to try and stop them from sort of outrunning Team Liquid in the standings at this point. And they've picked up the first map, but if they can't find the second one, I believe it is still possible for NRG to actually beat them out with that 1 extra victory.
And I mean, this could definitely be a close one. 10-5 is something that, you know, on Mirage, if you win the CT pistol on your Renegades, you know, you can definitely win this. But if you lose the CT pistol, it's going to be very, very difficult because NRG has shown that they have a pretty strong T-side on Mirage on this map. So, tall task ahead of NRG, in my opinion. But the pistol's very important. And yeah, NRG just playing a lot better than that Cobble performance that we saw, Blue.
Well, we are going to see now in this map here how exactly they'll be able to try and close out this match with the Renegades on the CT side. We'll be looking to try and stop them from doing this here now. NRG actually grouping up after an initial little poke that comes out there from Fugly over towards T-Ramp. They all fall back, 3 of them in top mid. Smoke bouncing a little bit there, but it does work its way into the window, and Ricky tries to push out from it. He'll be shut down by multiple players pushing out here. They grab the intel that those players are out there, and they can start to rotate over to this site, but still, oh, nice shot from Azure. He's still holding as well. 2 pickups from him. Peter's responded with one of his own back over there to knock out Azure on the catwalk, but it doesn't even matter. With these Stillos working the apartments, he's secured it, and he's even going to get a 4th one. He's on fire, and he's going to find a 6th round for the Renegades.
Yeah, that was just sick by him. And you know what? I think Ricky knew that that smoke came from B, which is actually a pretty big tell. You know, when he sees that smoke at window, that's going to be like a tell that, hey, you know, the smoke came from B. Do not over-rotate off that. Do not over-rotate off that. And Ustello just with some great pistol work there.
4 kills for him, and that pretty much secures them the possibility of a comeback now, as long as they don't run into any trouble, of course, in these anti-ecos. NRG, just light buying here, actually going to go for P250s and Deagles. No armor behind any of their buys. Legia with a smoke, and that is it. Renegades, in the meantime, of course, looking to stack up the cash. Plenty of SMGs for these guys, and Ricky going for the scout buy. Oh, almost knocked out by Peter early on there. Bit of an aggressive jump, but does manage to get out of there alive. However, Azur won't. Wide peeks out from Cat, and Tabs is going to destroy him with a Deagle.
Yeah, and Ricky trying to jump scout there, not nearly as viable as it used to be, if I'm correct on this. I don't think jumping with it is nearly as good as it once was. Right, I think you have to do it at the peak of your jump now.
You have to do it at the top of the jump.
Yeah, I haven't really tested it to see how easy or difficult it is yet, but from what everyone has told me, it's pretty difficult now. So NRG getting that pick, and now Fugling might be able to get another one here.
Walks right into it. Fugly, perfectly timed, perfectly lined up against Yam. Renegades continue to play aggressively, though, and that could lead to their downfall if they don't get the heck out of here. Ustello has lined himself up in somewhat aggressive position behind these players. Finishes off Leggy at the very least. That's a small start, however, to making things up, especially with the amount of positioning that NRG have against them here. As they've walked into the B site, there's no one there. They're going to be able to clean that up, and they still have Fugly working against them to rotate in over here from the T-ramp position, too. You'll have to deal with JKS, but if you can take him down, then he won't have too much trouble moving in and kind of making a menace of these guys. There's Ricky finally doing work with a scout, but another Deagle kill, this time from Tabson. JKS actually does successfully counter out Fugly, trying to lurk against these guys, but there's Tabson again, picking up another one now with the SMG back over here in mid. It's all come down to JKS to clutch this out 1v2, pulling off this retake. If he moves it aggressively enough, he can take down Gabi and potentially stop Tabson from rotating in time. Good early damage actually through the smoke. Takes down Gabi, and now has to jump onto this defuse. I'm not sure if he's fully around the corner as of yet. He's going to peek. He can sort of see him, and there we go. Tabson lines up the headshot, and he's going to pick up the 4K on this round to clutch it out for NRG and bring it back to the balance in their favor.
Wow. A 4K with a Deagle, no armor. And I think he ends the round with 97 health. 4 kills with just a Deagle, not taking any damage. Just a magnificent performance by Tabson there. Puts Renegades in a terrible position. They're going to buy 3 Deagles of their own and try to replicate that. So we'll see if NRG is able to stop them. But
another nice Deagle shot. This time coming out for the Renegades roster. The Ricky lining up the push from Peter. And that's going to be one of these guys here. Yeah, reloading out in the open. He's able to jump behind cover successfully, keeping him alive, but that almost cost him his life, deciding to reload way out in the open right there. NRG still down him in there and looking to recover from that, so playing it aggressively up to this point, and Ustello wants to add more on top of this early kill they got. He's sneaking up right now over here towards underpass, checking for these guys. Leggy looking the complete wrong way, and he hesitates a bit. That almost cost him his life, but still finds the kill. The Renegades now lead 5-3 in this round.
What is going on, Blue? What is going on? Just Deagle kills everywhere. So many rounds this game that like a team is winning when they shouldn't win and things like that. Not just on this map, but on Cobble as well. So
they're moving out here too. Azur moving in, dropping out, finding 2 more. All of a sudden, the surprise from the ladder room, and it's all gone down to Fugly in a 1v5. The Renegades are not giving up yet, and they've battled back to be able to restore the balance in their favor now as they upset in the 3rd round. Fugly will still try to hold on, but they know where he is now. He's at top mid, and he still has to go in and sort of retrieve the bomb. So as you can see, he's got to look every which way as he pushes up for mid control. Finds another one, though, so he may not be knocked out of this just yet. The flashbang to isolate the player in mid a little bit here, and only ends up hitting himself, unfortunately. But now another pot flash to get through this smoke, and on the Cat to retrieve that bomb, not checking in connector, and a nice setup from the Renegades. They finally do shut him down and give themselves a 7th.
Yeah, so just trading rounds back and forth. The Deagles on NRG, you know, win the round before, but NRG just able to replicate that success. Great job by AZR there. That first kill on Gabi was huge, man. Tabson reloading made that second kill very, very easy. And now NRG buying again. So we'll see if this trading of rounds continues or if one team can take a lead here and start bringing it back the other way.
For NRG to kind of doing the same thing that we've seen in previous rounds here. 3 of them pushing over into back B halls with the other 2. After some of the initial utilities tossed up by the CTs going over here for top mid control, the smoke set up as well. Ricky trying to be very cautious about these window peaks, but we also see smokes and whatnot moving in to cover out the apartments approach. They need to make sure they don't push into that. NRG are kind of stuck here for now. They were hoping somebody from the Renegades pushed out against them that they could punish, but it doesn't look like that is going to be happening here. They're all holding back in fairly preserved positions on these sites.
Yeah, tabs in, holding mid with that top, or holding mid with the top, holding mid with the deagle at top mid. We'll see if anybody peeks them. Looks like they're lined up towards B here. Maybe going to try some type of a 2-3 split. Gabi with the only rifle on NRG.
And initially, the smokes and flashbangs do roll out here, but the bomb and one of the other players is falling back out towards top mid, so only 2 of their players are actually going to end up executing here in through the palace itself. The other 3 are working their way out through Cat after they smoke it back in there, and they're waiting, I think, for the Cat hit to move in first. Checking out the ladder room there, too, to make sure nobody's moving in over there from the window room. And as they do jump out there, they have a player waiting for them. It's Azure around the corner. He's going to grab a second one, tries to go for the third, but after that, 2 kills that he picks up. 2 more are traded out in NRG's favor, knocking out Azure and Ustillo here, bringing this down to an even 3-on-3. And also all 3 of the remaining Renegades players moving in from Market. They won't have to deal with the Cat pressure at all. All they've got to focus about here is that window push as well as the door. And they saw plenty of them lining up for it. So much damage going on to them when they try to get out of the window. Fugly's already picked up one of the kills. The response comes in, but Fugly transferring the spray almost gets the 3rd and final kill, but it comes down to a 1v1, and Gabi sneaking around the corner right now. Ricky has no clue that he's playing it this close, and a couple shots to the back will end the round in NRG's favor. It continues to trade. The force up from NRG works again, and they get to maintain their 5-round lead.
Yeah, and that rotate from the Renegade side was just so slow, man. I mean, that was not a quick take whatsoever from NRG, and they didn't even have the mid-rotator going towards B. Cat Guy is able to push up into the site and pick up Renegade's AKs there. You know, made that 3v3 retake pretty routine and pretty easy with 0 time to flank because of that late rotate, 0 time to go B hulls or Cat. Pretty easy to kill guys coming out of a Market 1-by-1 window.
Well, Renegades are actually going to stop force buying into this one now. If this goes on forever, eventually NRG are just going to win the game anyway. And not only this, but the Renegades will progressively have less and less to buy as this continues forward. So the war of attrition will still go into the favor of the T's. They don't actually check over buy ticket position. So JKS will sneak out at 1 kill here, but that may be the only kill that they are able to get. As after this one, Peter moves in, takes out Ustillo, and they will find a 13th.
Yeah, 13-7. Don't believe Renegades is going to have an op here either, so NRG could definitely take advantage of the fact that they don't, but they don't have one themselves. So, you know, we might see like a little bit of a difference in playstyle that I think is pretty apparent so far, that NRG likes to go a lot more slowed down type of a pace. Seems like they're a lot more methodical, you know, not necessarily as quick. They try to like cover every single angle that they can. Great window smoke though by NRG. So pretty big difference in playstyle in my opinion.
Yam tries to move in there to the T-ramp, but Gabi slow creeps out to that one, just barely gets the kill, but does take him down without giving away too much else beyond that. And now, NRG will move in a crunch on this A-bomb set here. Pushing up towards it, Ricky, they chase him out, but the flashbang actually sends them back into the corner. Fug is going to catch that first kill. JKS, though, clotheslining him up, but all of a sudden he's got pressure for the other side. He spins around, though, gets the kill, but that distraction is going to let Gabi push back in over there from the T-ramp to knock him down. 3v2 is how the scoreline's going to work out. Legia blinded by a flashbang, but Azure doesn't spot it. He catches it just before the flashbang fades away, so he is able to keep himself alive there. Flashbang worked, but he almost lost the advantage from it, and we are going to see him just pushing out of the site here for a moment. As the T's hold a somewhat steady amount of control on this site, they won't feel confident to plant it just yet, and they also be still waiting around the corner, but he only has a shotgun. That could be essentially sink or swim depending on where the second player is positioned. Azure now moving back into it, trying to spot for these guys. No more utility for them to really work with beyond this flashbang that's being tossed over now. That smoke now is going to have a lot of effectiveness, but the flashbang works out. Azure is able to push in, grabs Gabi, Fugly moves in though. It's a 1-for-1 trade. It comes down to the rifles, but Azure's going to win it out, and the Renegades should be able to close this one out now and pick up an 8th.
Yeah, and Fugly there just doesn't jiggle peek at all, just kind of like whenever you're in a 1v1 like that and you don't necessarily know exactly where the guy is, but the guy knows where you are, you really just want to get his position known to yourself, right? So Fugly looked a little bit panicky there, not necessarily, you know, playing that properly in my opinion. I think if you just keep showing your shoulder at one of the sides, a lot of the time you're going to figure out where he is, and then it's going to make it much more manageable. Instead, I think he panicked a little bit and just kind of peeked without that knowledge. Made it pretty easy for CT to win that round.
And so, off of this one, of course, NRG will still have to look to recover. The Renegades, that single save there, then buying up after that one was able to allow them to really battle back into this pretty quickly too. So we're still sitting at essentially the same scoreline that we started off with, the same advantage that we started off with at the beginning of the half here. NRG still only have a 5-round lead, but this is not necessarily a good thing for the CT side, since they need to get back into this match a lot quicker than that. Because otherwise they are eventually still going to drop the game if the trades continue. Legia moving himself in here now too. As they do push themselves back up here, we'll see the first kill of the round. Still not going really to either side. NRG basically just walk onto the site and get it for free as the Renegades don't want to contest it. And not only that, but they're going to get the first kill too. Tabson grabs Ricky. Yeah, moving on the flank, but they're not expecting this. Yeah, 2 quick pickups. That's Gabi and Peter both getting knocked out. And the other 2 beyond Legia on the site are really away from the situation currently. Legia's got nothing to do when that flashbang goes against him, and Tabson's been pushed out completely too. So all of a sudden, 3 sort of explode out from Ticket. They have it planted in a really good spot, but JKS is going to knock it out. Now it's Fugly trying to clutch this out. He's going to use the smoke to push in, but no, he still goes for the wide push, and that will net him the final kill onto Fugly, giving them a 9th round and putting them within only 4 rounds of tying this up against NRG.
Yeah, 2 extremely close rounds there that NRG is losing, and now their money's pretty rough. You know, they know if they win this round, they probably win the game, so they might buy here, but NRG seems pretty conservative with how they generally buy, so it looks like they are going to opt to save. Probably one of the most conservative teams that I've seen in most of Pro League when it comes to buying. Not really, you know, always confident in like their gun rounds. They don't feel the pressure. You know, they're not like in that win now mentality. They're like, you know, we'll just grind it out and we'll win over time. You could take this one round, you know, where we don't have good chances to win it probably, but at the end of the day, we're going to get good gun rounds and we're confident in those gun rounds.
And so now, after some hesitation here, NRG start to smoke things off, and actually Gabi with a nice peek on the pistol there, takes out Azur, headshots him initially, then is able to fully commit to it to knock him out of this round here. Picks up the AK to work with too, and he's one of the few that are still have armor, so getting himself a pretty good pickup there by dropping Azur early on in this round and causing a spread out amongst the remaining members from the Renegades side. NRG, though, are still trying to decide where exactly they want to move this towards, but with the bomb already fully committed inside of Palace, again, this will lead itself probably into the A-hit. Peter tried to sneak out Palace there and pick up a gun for himself, but that's not going to work out. He still is able to deny that one, and now they're slowly pushing out over here to the A side. But Yam spotted this one coming. Gabi, though, trades that out after 1 kill. More on the way. Ricky trying to jump back out here, too, to get himself a better position in the connector, and that will work. He'll grab Gabi. He'll drop one of the guns. Legia still working with an M4 here, but unfortunately, he's going to meet his match against Ricky. Tabson is the last man up and standing here, and the Renegades do close out this round, losing 2 along the way, but for now, they can kind of afford that kind of damage.
Well, those 2 kills were pretty important, though, because, I mean, again, if Renegades is on another position where if they lose a round, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to come back to this game. They'll only get 1,400 apiece, you know, if they do lose this round and not be in a good position to buy. So NRG knows this, and twice in a row, Renegades won very, very close rounds, and those 2 kills that they got that round were pretty important, too.
But after this pickup, or after that save round there from NRG, they do go right back into another buy. He's still though creeping up the steps over there on underpass, just barely nets the kill. He's dropped to 18 HP, and instead of going all the way back out towards mid with NRG taking control here, he goes all the way up the steps there, wraps in. Another peek comes in from Tabson, and he is dinked. Legia wraps the corner though, and not only that, but Gabi just got another kill too, dropping out JKS this time. So they're getting back the advantage, but it's not going to last for very long. Ricky still impacting with the op. He finds one from within side of the jungle there. Yam catching out one of the players trying to cross over here on the catwalk. It's down to 2 now from NRG. And we'll have to see if these 2 can work the B take still. You only currently have, you still at 18 HP defending it, but a fast rotate from Ricky as he's sitting just outside of the window room currently. Same thing for Yam.
Yeah, it's not just the fast rotate though. Still is actually in a spot on that balcony where it's pretty easy, like whether you have 1 health or 100 health to get a kill here. So, and if he just gets a 1, then they'll probably win the round if they just have a decent, you know, retake. So this is good positioning by him. I mean, a 1 and done spot is probably enough here. If you're still, you don't really have the HP to just be peeking in and out and spotting and things like that. So I think this is a good play by him.
And they are slowly creeping up to that exit of it now. Haven't gone into the site yet, and we also haven't seen the full rotate, but Renegades are sitting on the cusp of it too. They jump in. They don't actually check it. There we go. Legia, he moves in. He picks up that kill, so he doesn't net the one he needs. However, rotations are fast inside, and Legia has to defend his teammate here if he moves out quickly enough. They hold for now. The Molotov goes a little bit deep into the site, but definitely not deep enough. And also, that's a great nade. Brings Yam down to just 20 HP all of a sudden, so he's not sitting too great either. With him being as low as he is, unfortunately, he's going to have to rely on Ricky to make first contact here. He moves in, but goes out of the smoke a little bit too soon. He's knocked out by Fugly, so it's all left to Yam, and they know exactly where he's playing from over here. He can't really have a big element of surprise, even trying to spray into the apartments themselves there to get some early damage onto the second man alive, but it's not being found. He does actually sneak in and around here, but he's making all that noise. They know where he's at. They've got him boxed, and Fugly is going to find the final bullet there to take him out of this one. Renegades, or apologies, NRG do find another pickup, and they're going to get up to 14 here.
Yeah, they get to 14, and that's why it did not work at all for Estillo. Gets pretty hard cleared by Legia, not able to just shoot one in the side, did not work out like he wanted to. If he had maybe like a player at Market or a player at Cat or something like that baiting for him, it probably would have been different. But instead of that, they check, walk up, check so many different positions, and not able to net that frag, and that was very, very important.
And that one round has already broken the CT side. They're playing it aggressively, but they don't check this right side. Yam! He's going to be able to grab 2 kills here. Thankfully, it's only the fake, and everybody fully bid on that rotate, too. They were all committed to this, so this round's not over yet. Could have been disastrous. Still could, in theory, be disastrous here, but the rotate's moving themselves over here. They're going to push themselves up to this site, but NRG very quickly molotoving and smoking out the market position to prevent them from moving in. That may not stop them here just yet, though. However, every single player, they're all moving into market. They didn't send a single guy out mid to wrap on Cat or through underpass to go back in through the apartments at all. They're all just going to stack in here.
And this could be a slaughter. It's very difficult to push out this spot here without any flashbangs.
Beautifully played there by Fugly. He gets 4 out of 5 of the kills as they all try to jump out there and screw up his aim. It just doesn't work, and he's still only working with the USP. There's not going to be a whole lot that he can do, and Tapson's going to find the final kill.
What were the guns on the guys that were scouting A there? Did they just have pistols or something? Because none of these guys had any weapons.
I would have assumed they would have had like AKs or something like that, or even SMGs.
I wasn't paying attention to what guns they had. They just had nades in their hand when they both died, I thought. So I'm not sure, but NRG on game point, and like you said, man, they're content with this 5-round lead, Blue. This 5-round lead, you know, the end of the first half with it, this is like what they want.
We've stuck with it so far the entire half, and it seems like it's going to be the story that'll possibly end things here. However, one of the members of the Renegades, Ricky, wastes no time in pushing all the way over there towards top mid. Tapson, however, will be able to recover after Gavi gets dinked and punish that. And now Peter, he's hunting for his own entry here into the bomb site. Can't find it, though. No one is pushed up that far this time, and no one retreating anytime soon either. JKS is here, but he's actually the only player in the site itself. They're going to need to rotate very quickly if this execute comes in as quick as it is now. Molotov goes underneath. That's going to force JKS out, but they see it. However, he holds for at least 1 kill. Now the trade comes in, however, and the players back out in window room and out in mid will have to rotate in here. Yam's in his position, but Smokes will cover him off, so I doubt he's going to be able to find much.
Yeah, great trade there on that A site, and that molly under Valk really screwed up JKS. And it seems like Renegades' early aggression didn't pay off, and they've been the aggressors this whole game, man. Like, they're usually the ones pushing, whether it's CT side or T side. They're going very, very fast-paced early in the round. Now having to deal with this 3v3 retake now, 2 NRG players very, very low though.
And they're going to have to rely on the timing of this push out here. Tapson finding the first kill. It has, as they move up here too, it has actually stopped the players defusing the bombs. They're wasting a lot of time with this one too, but they're going to get right back on it. But Tapson, all of a sudden, he's found the way back in. He's, oh my goodness, he's surrounded from around the corner here. Both these players are so low, but Ustillo, he doesn't have time for this one. That's a messy spray from Tapson. Ustillo's gotten the kill, but he does not have time anymore to defuse the bomb. So with that, we are going to see NRG picking up the final round. They will close it out 16-10. Finally, they extend the lead beyond 5 rounds, get it up to 6. Hey, that's enough to win the game.
Yeah, enough to win the game when Renegades is just always pushing, man. They're taking the early battles, whether they're pushing underpass, pushing middle, you know, just getting aggressive all over the map. A lot of the time kind of making decisions for NRG, and economically speaking, trading rounds like that, you know, throughout that whole half they were trading rounds really, you know, gives the advantage to the T's generally, and NRG showing that, you know, even though you might beat us on Cobble, you know, you're not going to get us again. So played pretty well on that Mirage game, Blue.
Yeah, definitely. So, guys, that is going to close things out for us tonight. We're going to send it back over to the analysis desk to close out the evening. Let's take it over to them. Or, sorry, the analysis zone.
The Xfinity Zone, Blue. Come on, man. You know what it is.
Man, what a failed sellout that guy is, huh?
Seriously. Got to work on your sellout skills, Blue. Anyway, there it is.
Real quick before we get into it, I was really proud. Daze had a great sellout there. Not only did he tell kids to not smoke because it was unhealthy, he provided them an alternative healthy diet in Soyland. It was very, very well done.
There you go. So that looked like a completely different team than the first map that we saw. I mean, Renegades, like Daze was saying, they were the aggressors the entire time, but NRG, they did a really good job sustaining their lead. It was round 8. That was a big round for them.
Yeah, and so I actually feel like if Renegades would have had deployed a similar strategy to what we saw from them on Cobble, they would have just been like way faster in their executes and just kind of plowed a site and just leveraged their firepower advantage. I think they would have had a little bit more success. I think the only round that I can recall that they did it was the last round of regulation of the first half. And they actually won that round like very convincingly. They were able to catch people off guard, And it's been a theme of the past couple weeks. So many teams get caught off guard by these like one flash instant, just like kind of pop and go type strategies. And I kind of wish Renegades did that a little bit more. I think they would have been a little bit more successful, but NRG is a very, very good team on this map. And we saw the difference between a map like Cobble that allows for those really fast hits versus a more structured kind of tactical map like Mirage. And that's, I think, one of the reasons NRG looked so different on that map.
What's crazy is I thought Renegades was actually going to bring that back, but fortunately for NRG fans, it was round 24 where they had this nice B take, and it was pretty well executed.
Yeah, so it definitely seemed like it was going to get really, really close there. And this pistol round was really huge from USL. So many nice shots on this, and just kind of shut it down. And this is what they needed to actually have a chance at the comeback. And so many of these comebacks start with just a lot of momentum off a pistol round. You still hit like beautiful shots there, and and they were able to eventually take the win.
Yeah, and taking a look at the standings, this is where all the teams currently stack up.
Yeah, and so one thing that I wanted to point out, we talked about SK. They were supposed to play Cloud9 tomorrow. They actually forfeited that, but they clarified the reasoning. They're actually leaving a little bit early to go to a boot camp. They're participating in the Epicenter LAN, and then they also were preparing to boot camp offline for the ESL finals in Brazil. So I just wanted to clarify that. Right now, we see Renegades still in that top 6, and Liquid is right behind them. If Renegades decides not to attend, Team Liquid will move up the standings, and they'll be back in contention for the top 6 for the offline final. And then Echo Fox plays Immortals tomorrow, so that's a hugely important match. And Liquid has 2 more maps. If they win those, I think they're tied with NRG. If NRG loses to Optic, who I think they play tomorrow, then there's a tiebreaker, and then Liquid would have the tiebreaker over NRG, but then NRG, I think, would have it over Echo Fox.
You guys with us at home? You guys got that?
It's
Everyone
a
got
lot.
their pen and paper?
Yeah, all you need to do is just divide by 0, and then you get the correct answer every time.
All right, well, let's take a look at how today shaped up, because it was a wild one. And Raya, your predictions were pretty close. I got to give it to you, as always.
Yeah, did I nail it today? 2-0 for Immortals and a 1-1 on this series. Yeah, so it feels good to be right. Rarely, as that seems to occur. We definitely saw Immortals just so much more like structured, practiced, and just a lot more firepower. And we saw them just kind of run over Winter Fox tonight. And then the Renegades NRG match, I think I was expecting them to be closer in the score lines than they were. It felt like Renegades truly dominated all over Cobble. It didn't really feel like that in NRG. Like for Mirage, those rounds were a lot closer, especially in that second half. But it's still a pretty big scoreline gap there. And 1-1 on the night. I know NRG is going to be a little bit disappointed with how they played Cobble, seeing as how they tend to play it really strong. And Renegades might feel the same way about Mirage. So it was a back and forth night. In that instance, not so much in the Winter Fox match.
Yeah, it's been a crazy last week here at the ESL Pro League, but make sure that you tune in tomorrow. That's where everything goes down. We're going to finally find out who those top 6 teams are, making it on all the way towards that playoff final. But on behalf of everyone at ESL, thank you so much for watching, and make sure that you tune in tomorrow for the conclusion of the season 4 Pro League here at ESL.